Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome. We are going to call our meeting to order. It is Tuesday, August 11th, 2026, 5:02 p.m. We'll call our regularly scheduled board meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. To my board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff present or online, to our guests who are here either in person or online, welcome. Good to have you all here. Before I continue, just a reminder, we do have interpretation available for our board meetings. If you need an interpreter, please let one of our staff members know, and we'll have an interpreter for you for today's meeting. Si usted necesita un intérprete para la reunión de hoy día, tenemos intérpretes disponibles para la reunión. Por favor, déjenos saber y les podemos ayudar con interpretación en diferentes idiomas. So if at any point anyone needs an interpreter, you see someone who may need an interpreter, ask for one, please direct them to our staff and we'll help out with interpretation. Again, good to see you all. Thank you for joining us. As we do at every board meeting, we'll read our board norms and protocols. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Again, welcome. Good to see you all. With that, Ms. Downing, would you please do a roll call?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., present.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, present.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you, board. Is there a motion to approve today's regular agenda as presented?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. All right, we're going to jump right into our agenda. First agenda item, item 2 on the agenda board, awards and recognition. For those of you that were able to attend Convocation, it was a great event this week, and it was a great way where we could celebrate many of our staff with their years of service. So this evening, we want to just make sure we share that out publicly as we recognize and celebrate our staff who have accomplished many years of service with the school district. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Stubblefield and Mr. Hansford.
I'm just here to, I think I'm just queuing it up tonight, is that right?
Yes. Is the first one the video or the years of service? Is the years of service? Let's see.
Yes, years of services first.
Okay.
On the agenda, it's years of service.
There we go.
Or teacher voices with this second item.
Gotcha, I've already failed.
Yeah, we could have done the other one first. Oh, until you have it. So this year at Convocation, we took some time to recognize individuals who have been with the district, not in education, but in Kansas City, Kansas public schools for 30 or more years. We did share all their names live there. You can see it up here, and we can scroll up. But I do want to apologize because in the reading them rapidly, I did not read 2 names, and they were Rosalinda Contreras, who's an instructional aide at John Fisk, and also Cindy Kopp, who is the principal at TA Edison. So I just wanted to publicly say their name to thank them for their services. And we'll scroll through all of them, but you see all of those individuals up there. Does it scroll down so you can see the ones at the bottom? If not, if you click on it, you can see the names at the bottom. But we had several employees. On this slide, they are, the first slide represented employees who had 30 to 34 years of service. This slide represents employees who had 35 to 39 years of service. The next slide represents employees who have 40 to 44 years of service. And then the next one is 45 to 49 years of service. And then we have one gentleman who has 50 years of service, and we celebrated all of them at convocation. So we wanted to take the time during this board meeting because we know several of our community members could not be there, but just to say thank you. One of our areas for improvement, for the strategic plan, and we always want to improve, is retaining, hiring and retaining employees. So those individuals will be talking to see what has made them stay for 30-plus years. So thank you to each of them for their service to the district. And then the next video, it was requested that we share it. It's just hearing from our teachers about what Better Every Day means to them and what that looks like as they serve our students and our community. Gabriel.
How are you today? My parents always taught me that education was so powerful, especially literacy. And so what better place than to be in kindergarten where kind of all of that begins. I want my students to feel like this is a home away from home, especially kindergartners. This might be the first chance they have to have a community outside of their family. So I want them to feel loved, and I want them to feel safe, and I want them to feel safe enough to do hard things.
I just love the natural bond that I have with kids. I mean, things come easy when you love being around them and you love mentoring them and growing them up. And so I look forward to watching them grow. I think that's like the highlight for all teachers is that progress, when you initially get them, just watching that progress is awesome.
My mother was a teacher in KCK as well as a principal, so she inspired me to become a teacher, and I wanted to always give back to the district that gave back to me. I do a lot of challenging them, getting them to think, putting them in real life situations, so I like to do a lot of challenges. We play a lot of games, a lot of real world experiences.
I'm very excited about the upcoming year. We're going to build on what we did this year. I teach a little bit of math and a lot of reading and even science. I teach the other content areas as they apply to music, and so it's application of everything else they're learning in their classroom. My students will learn and grow and have fun in music class.
Better Every Day means not just accepting the basics. We want to be better. We want to improve. As an educator, I have to stop and think about, are my students getting it? Are they not? How can I make sure that I'm delivering the best content, the most engaging content? And not only that, are they understanding it? 8th grade, we do so much in terms of college visits, career planning, thinking about the future, because next year it's real for them, it's high school. And we want to set them up for success so that they can believe in their future and know anything is possible in what they want to do.
This year, I'm excited to work with the students and their families. Every year is something new. I have been teaching for 5 years now. I love teaching. I love what I do every single day. Every student is so different. They help me grow as a person, as well as I'm helping them. So we're helping each other learn and grow every single day.
As an educator, I want to make sure that I am making an impact on students. One small thing is letting the students know that you see them and that you hear them. So as we move forward to the new school year, know that this is a new opportunity to start off the school year as a new person. Don't let the past affect how you come into that new school year. Know that that is the past, but we're going to move forward, and we're going to move forward with a brighter future, knowing that every day counts, one day, one moment at a time.
I was a student in this district, and I really enjoyed getting to learn from the other educators that were in my district. I had a lot of great teachers growing up, and I really learned a lot from them. I think really just seeing the way students finally get something. I really like seeing when they say, oh, I know this, or they connect things. It's really nice to just see their faces light up when they know the answer.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Anything else to add? No, thank you, Dr. Stubblefield, and congratulations again, and thank you to all of our staff who have been giving of their time 30 or more years with this district. That's amazing to see, and we hope to continue to retain amazing staff for a long time. If you didn't have a chance to read all those names, I know it was small on the screen, it went pretty quickly. All of those slides will be a part of today's meeting minutes, and they are attached to the meeting for today, so it is there for your review, and I believe the video will also be available in some format for folks to review if you'd like to see it again. So again, thank you to Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff, congratulations, especially to Mr. Black for 50 years with KCKPS. Congratulations and thank you. All right, we'll continue on with our agenda. Item 3 on our agenda is community comment. As a reminder, we are all, everyone is open to come and give comment. Please just sign up with the board clerk no later than noon on Monday, the day before the board meeting. You will have 3 minutes. Once you come to the microphone, please speak into the microphone, move it around if you need to. If you need a handheld, if you can't reach the mic on the podium, let one of us or let us know so we can make sure to get you a handheld. So it just makes it easier for the board to hear and for the recording and for anyone online to be able to hear the comments. We do have a sign-in sheet. Please, once you either before or after your comments are done, please make sure you sign in so that we have, and it's on this front table next to Mr. Hansford. If you could just make sure to sign in. Again, you'll have 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you have around 30 seconds or so just to give you a reminder, and then I'll let you know when your time is up. We'll let you complete your thought, and then I will ask you or let you know that you have reached time, and we will move on to the next person that is signed up. As a reminder, all comments should be directed to the full board. We should not speak about any names directly about staff and or students or individuals on the board. It should be directed to the board as a whole. This is not a back and forth between the board and the individuals. You'll share your comments, and then we will move on to the next person. If appropriate, a member of the leadership team will follow up if there's any potential action or follow-up necessary, and then we will report that out to the board. And when I say member of the leadership team, Dr. Stubblefield or her designee will reach out if there is something to reach out on. And then I will just also ask, as around decorum, we've had several instances of interruptions during board meetings, and would just ask for decorum if we could please not create interruptions during board meetings. That includes shouting or yelling or clapping or snapping and things of that nature. If we could keep board decorum so that we can continue on and not interrupt speakers as they are speaking. So with that, would invite, and again, I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's names, but first on my list is America Patton. Is America Patton here? No? Okay. And I do know that Mr. Patton did send some information to the board, so all of you should have received an email regarding the comments that Mr. Patton was going to share today. So please, if you haven't looked at that board, you should have that in your email. Next would invite Kitty Hury to the podium. And again, just a reminder, please state your name, and then your time will start once you begin speaking, and then I'll let you know as your time approaches around 30 seconds or so.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kitty Hirui, and I'm the program director and grant writer at the Village Initiative. The Village Initiative is a nonprofit organization that has served Wyandotte County since 2013. Our mission is to help returning citizens, the formerly incarcerated individuals, and their families rebuild their lives as they reintegrate into society. We are a trauma-informed, culturally sensitive, whole-person-centered organization. We recognize that people returning from incarceration often face several barriers in nearly every area of their lives: housing, employment, education, behavioral health, substance use, and family relationships. Our goal is to help remove those barriers. Today, the Village Initiative provides transitional housing, case management, employment services, addiction and mental health counseling, and youth programming. We operate a food pantry and clothing closet that serves the broader Wyandotte County community. In 2025 alone, our reentry and youth programs served over 500 individuals, while our food pantry and clothing closet served more than 5,000 community members. But one thing we have learned at this, we cannot effectively address reentry without addressing trauma. Many of the adults we served experienced trauma long before incarceration. Childhood adversity, poverty, violence, addiction, and family instability. And trauma doesn't always stop with one generation. When trauma remains unresolved in adults, it can affect how parents respond to stress, communicate, build relationship, and raise their children. If we want healthier children and stronger families, we must also create opportunities for adults to heal. That is why becoming a true trauma-informed organization has become such an important part of our work. With support from the Wyandotte Health Foundation Resilient Communities Initiative, we began transforming how we serve our people.
30 seconds.
We provide trauma-informed training for staff, volunteers, and community members while receiving ongoing consultation and organizational coaching. We also launch a Words Matter campaign. Words can inflame or soothe. Words such as addict, felon, and offender can become labels that follow people long after they finish their sentence. Trauma-informed care asks us to see the person before the label. Our second grant from
Ms. Kitty,
Wyandotte
we are at
Hills.
time. I'm sorry, we're at time.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Next, I would invite Jade Hanks to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jade Hanks, and I serve as the Youth Program Coordinator with the Village Initiative. For the past 2 years, the Village Initiative has continued to grow its youth program through Village Youth Connections, also known as VYC. We currently reach youth in 3 schools, 2 of our high schools and 1 middle school, as well as through after-school programming and summer camp. This school year, we are looking to expand into additional schools so we can reach even more youth in our community. Many of the young people we serve are navigating challenges that can have a lasting impact on their lives. Trauma related to parental incarceration, family history of substance use, absent parents, and for some, having to take on adult responsibilities at a young age. At the same time, our community is facing serious challenges with substance use, including the growing danger of fentanyl, as well as violence and other risks that can affect young people's choices, safety, and future. We've worked with youth who were using marijuana as a way to cope or escape from what they were experiencing. Through consistent support, connection, and prevention education, we've seen youth begin making healthier choices, including youth who have since discontinued their use. VYC gives young people a place where they don't have to carry all of that alone. We provide consistency, connections, and a sense of belonging, a supportive network of people they can trust, and a place where they know they are welcome. It gives youth a safe space to simply be a youth, to open up, build healthy relationships, and grow. We take a whole youth, trauma-informed approach, recognizing that behavior and challenges often have a story behind them. We provide one-on-one mental health support, as well as social and emotional groups, along with tutoring, prevention education, family engagement, and opportunities for youth to lead and give back to their community. We also focus on eliminating barriers to participation by providing transportation, snacks, box lunches, and other practical supports so youth can consistently access our programs and services. We've seen that consistency makes a real difference.
30 seconds.
Last year, 3 of our youth graduated high school for consistently participating in our program through tutoring, programming, where they may not have been able to graduate. We also carried this work into summer through summer camp, providing youth with educational workshops, enrichment, team building, and life skill opportunities. As the Village Initiative continues to grow, our goal is to continue creating opportunities where young people feel safe, supported, connected, and empowered to see a future beyond their circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would invite Mr. Randy George.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Randy George. I am the co-founder, executive director of the Village Initiative. I'm a cancer survivor, so my voice is challenged, but I've survived 20 years to see my granddaughter. She's going to speak for me tonight from my notes. Michaela.
Thank you.
The Village Initiative provides addiction counseling, mental health services, job placements, housing supports, and in the past, we provided meals for kids, especially the third meal of the day, which is missed all too often. We also run a youth intervention program designed to keep kids in this school district from entering the justice system in the first place. We have 15 employees, and you have heard from our program director and youth director about our work providing true second chances. Why we are here. We are here today to plead with the board members to stop telling the world that the Village Initiative has an improper conflict of interest. It is simply not true, and it is hurting the people we serve. Whether I am offended matters much less than the kids and parents who need help and deserve second chances. I know you all serve on this board because you care, and you have acknowledged that we do good work. But when the false claims are made publicly, the real damage isn't to another board member, it's to those children and parents who benefit from our services. There is no conflict of interest. We take this matter seriously, so we hired legal counsel who confirmed with what Mr. Goheen told you. There is zero conflict of interest. Under Kansas law and board policy, DFAB, a conflict only applies when an organization is being considered for a district contract or receiving school board funds. The Village Initiative has no contract, grant, or financial relationship with the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. The grant in question came from a completely independent organization, the Wyandotte Health Foundation, with zero school board funds involved. If anyone had questions, we would have gladly addressed them, but throwing false claims publicly puts our reputation and our families at risk. Please stop. Some of you have personally donated to us, and we are profoundly grateful. But continuing to spread false claims puts our organization and our families at risk.
30 seconds.
This talk about a conflict is simply not true, so we are pleading with you to stop so we can focus on serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you.
And if at any time you want to contact me, ask me any questions, I'll be happy to sit down with you and share whatever questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Sarah Oldvet to the podium.
Good evening, members of the board. My
Good
name
evening.
is Sarah Oltvet. I'm the executive director of the Rosedale Development Association. I'm a former educator, and tonight I'm here as a former parent in the district. I came to say thank you. When my child asked to be known at school as a girl, I didn't know what to expect. What I found was staff who responded with steadiness and care. They asked what she needed. They asked what I needed. They didn't treat her as a problem to be managed. They treated her as a student who deserved to feel safe enough to learn. I want to name that out loud because the people who did that work did it quietly, not for attention, and when the district gets something right, it rarely makes the news. That experience isn't separate from the work that I do every day. In community development, we spend most of our time on the distance between institutions and the people that they're meant to serve. The feeling that the government, school boards, schools are over here and the neighborhood is over there. Every time a family feels seen by a school, that distance shrinks. Every time a family feels dismissed, it grows, and those of us knocking on doors inherit the distrust. As a former teacher, I also know how much of this rests on people who are already stretched thin. So I'm not here to hand you a list of what's wrong. I'd rather be part of the solution, and I'm far from the only one. Schools are integral parts of our neighborhoods. It's important for a community to provide feedback to the school board, but just as important to remember that neighborhood support is just as invaluable a gift to the children in our schools. KCK is not short on people who want to help. There are neighborhood associations, congregations, and community development groups in nearly every part of this city. There are mentoring programs, tutoring projects, after-school and summer programs, workforce and college access efforts, many of them run by people who grew up here and never left. What's often missing isn't willingness to support, it's a clear path in. Too often these groups don't know who to call at a school, and schools don't know what's already available 3 blocks away. What I'd ask of you is very simple. Keep supporting the staff who show up for the kids the way they showed up for mine. And make it easier for the organizations already doing this work to connect with your buildings, a known point of contact, to create a shared picture of what's out there. We're partners waiting to be asked.
30 seconds.
Every young person in this district should be able to walk into a building and know they belong there, and to walk out of it into a neighborhood full of adults invested in them. My family got to experience the first part. I want it to be the standard, not the exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Mr. Dom DeRosa to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak again tonight. If this board chooses not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, it's been estimated that USD 500 could lose approximately over $8 million in available funding. At the same time, the district and our families and staff are facing rising costs. These are not optional expenses. They are costs of educating our students, maintaining essential services, and investing in the future. When we talk about budgets, we are talking about real impacts in real classrooms. Without sufficient resources, difficult decisions could mean larger class sizes, fewer intervention supports, fewer staff, reduced student services, and fewer opportunities for enrichment, career pathways, and extracurricular activities. And the impact does not stop at the classroom door. Strong schools attract families, support local businesses, prepare our workforce, and strengthen our community. When schools reduce programs, services, or staffing, the entire community feels the effects. We also pay a price when educators and staff are overworked and leave. Recruiting and retaining qualified employees becomes harder, and the stability our students depend on is compromised. Fiscal responsibility is not simply about spending less money. It's about making responsible choices with the resources we have and ensuring that short-term savings do not create greater costs for our students and communities down the road. We've heard the board has not called for staffing cuts, but over the past several years, positions have been left vacant rather than filled. The work does not disappear. It's just shifted to someone else. That is not sustainable. It contributes to burnout and puts at risk the educators and staff that our students depend on. So once again, I ask, where will these savings come from? What positions could be left unfilled or eliminated? What programs or services could be reduced or eliminated? Which student supports could be affected? And what opportunities might our children lose the opportunity for? These are difficult questions, but they are questions that come from this decision. So I encourage each of you to vote to exceed the revenue neutral rate. Our students deserve a full range of opportunities, and our community deserves leaders willing to keep those opportunities opened. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Jessica Ice to the podium.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jessica. A few weeks ago, I took my 4 young children to the West Wyandotte KCK Public Library. We went to the children's section where I spent so much of my childhood reading good books. I was horrified, but sadly unsurprised to find literal pornographic images and perverted language right there in woke books for my young kids to see and read. I will now read some of the words and passages found in the children's section. This is a book called When Boys and Girls Become Men and Women. Here is a picture of an erection. Oops. Here's a picture talking about masturbating. That's why it's good and important for children to get to know their own bodies. One way for them to do this is to touch themselves. This very natural act is a special experience for every girl and boy. It can feel good to touch your own genitals. Oh, and a picture of a little girl masturbating. A child. Here's a picture of an erection and 2 naked people touching each other, about to have sex. The most horrific one is literal pornography. 2 people in bed. Oh, here we are. Which should we try now? With different images of sexual positions. We've got doggy style, girl on top, I don't know, God knows what. They're naked. Here's another erection, and yet another erection, and 2 adults naked in bed about to have sex. Here's one talking about abortion. I'll move on to another one. The Every Body book. This one talks about anal sex. Mind you, my little 4-year-old child is about this high, and that's where I found the book, in the children's section. We've got pictures of pregnant men.
30 seconds.
So I want to know what pervert, oh, we've also got another one here of 2 men embracing with their shirts off. What pervert thinks it's okay for little kids to see this in the children's section of the public library? Can anyone answer me? Because that's disgusting. And it's illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite James Crum to the podium.
James Crum. Hear me? Good evening, board members and Dr. Stubblefield. Over the past couple of years, I spent a great deal of time attending meetings, reading board documents, participating in district committees, and trying to better understand how this district works as a whole. One lesson stood out to me above all others. There is a difference between a narrative and a truth. A narrative is easy. It spreads quickly. It asks us to accept conclusions without doing the hard work of understanding. Truth takes longer. It requires us to ask questions, gather evidence, and sometimes admit we're wrong. I'll use myself as an example. I accepted a narrative presented by about Dr. Stubblefield before I ever really had the opportunity to engage with her. Then I started participating in district leadership opportunities. I attended meetings, I asked questions, I listened, but most importantly, she listened. What I found wasn't someone who claimed to have every answer. I found someone who consistently created opportunities for employees to be heard, who invited feedback, who demonstrated the level of humility that is often missing in public conversations. Did I suddenly agree with every decision? No. But I realized something important. My opinion had been shaped more by narratives than by experience. That realization forced me to rethink the way I approached the entire district and not just my opinion of Dr. Stubblefield. I believe the same principle is true with governance. We should challenge one another. We should ask difficult questions. We should hold one another accountable. But we should also be willing to change our opinion when the truth leads us to somewhere new. Public education is too important to be governed by, it should be governed by evidence, humility, and by one guiding question. Does this improve the experiences and outcomes for our students?
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Ms. Rachel Russell to the podium. Okay. Next, I'll invite Mr. Craig Collins to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Craig Collins, and I'm with AFC Cleaning and Restoration. And we've had the pleasure of a 15-year relationship with the Kansas City, Kansas School District in the service industry. My topic tonight is KSA 16-1903. Thank you to President Lopez and the entire board. I know that this takes you away from your families, and for that, I say thank you. I'm here tonight to discuss a delinquent invoice, 327 days. It's past due. We were asked to perform a mitigation service at Arrowhead Middle School on August 18th, 2025 with a directive, and I quote, "We must get these kids back in class." AFC crews dispatched within 24 hours and were on site setting up equipment and setting up containment. We introduced our out-of-town support staff to the entire district that was there, and we were given, and we were asked specifically, could this job be completed by September 15th, and we said yes. The directive was clear, a mandate to continue at an accelerated rate. The core work was completed by the 13th at a 12.5% below the budgeted NTE of $2.4 million. We worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, including through the Labor Day holiday weekend. 27 days. I want to be transparent about the numbers. Our Xactimate pricing came out to 2.3. Industry standard time and materials was 2.1. That 2.1 had nothing to do with the $300,000 in contents and packing and cleaning that AFC performed. But our relationship, we honored the lower TM price, which was the 2.1 million. Here we are today. The school has paid AFC 1.4 million. The remaining balance of $997,000 and some change, with an accruing balance of $13,691 in interest every month. No response, no call, nothing from anything that we're dealing with the school. This ordeal has been something else for our company. After 15 years, we have never had an issue on one single invoice with the school district. And everything we've ever done, we gave a discount on almost every invoice we ever turned in. We were called in specifically for this job because a previous fire had occurred at the same school, and our competitors got the job because apparently we were told that they had to use someone else. It took 4 to 7 months with callbacks to complete that fire job.
30 seconds.
Anything that you guys could do to help us move this along, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite up Talia Enox to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Talia Enox, and I have 6 children that attend this district. I have 2 in high school, 2 in middle school, and 2 in elementary. And I'm here tonight as a parent to address the new cell phone policy. I understand Kansas has passed a law requiring students' phones to be turned off and inaccessible during the school day. I understand this district has an obligation to follow state law, but I want to talk about something that cannot be written into a policy: trust. You are asking parents to trust this district with complete control over our ability to communicate directly with our children for 7 or 8 hours every day. Trust is not something you can require by policy. Trust is something you earn, and frankly, you have not earned mine. We keep hearing we have to follow state law. Yet, this district has recently faced federal enforcement concerning parental rights under FERPA. The U.S. Department of Education investigated KCKPS and determined that district policies violated federal law concerning parents' access to certain information and education records. I have also personally seen comments on social media from individuals identifying themselves as district staff saying they would continue withholding certain information from parents. So tell me, how are you asking me to trust you to control communication with my children when parents are already fighting for information about their own? And now we are being offered Parent Square as an alternative. Parent Square Family Messaging is a direct messaging communication system where the district maintains visibility and oversight. So instead of my child communicating with me privately, the solution is another communication system controlled by the district. That does not resolve my concern. Who can read those messages? What gets flagged? Who decides what is appropriate or inappropriate? Can messages be restricted? Those questions should be answered before Parent Square is presented as an equal substitute for a child's personal phone. A parent should not have to ask permission to communicate with their own child, and vice versa. This whole policy feels like control, controlling when our children can speak to us and how they speak to us. We are told that during lunch, students can go to the office and request to use a phone. But what if my child is scared, embarrassed, overwhelmed, or needs to tell me something that happened at school? Are they supposed to first explain themselves to the very institution that they may be trying to tell me about? Are they supposed to sit in their trauma until the end of the day? That is exactly why I do not want the district acting as the gatekeeper between my children and me. I talked to my 4 older children about this policy. They told me they do not feel comfortable being at school knowing they cannot independently reach me. I listened to them. And that concern became serious enough that I enrolled my children in virtual learning. That was not a decision I took lightly. But when my children tell me they don't feel safe being somewhere where they cannot reach me, I am going to listen. And then there are emergencies: an intruder, a lockdown, a fire, an evacuation. The district tells parents to rest assured that information will be communicated, but rest assured is not an emergency plan. What happens when the power, internet, office phones, or district communication systems fail?
We're at time, Ms. Knox.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Averia Jackson. Avery, thank you. I'm sorry about that.
All right, I gotta do the whole thing. Can you hear me? Is that better?
Yes,
All right,
thank you.
cool. All right, I bet you guys are tired of me, but don't answer that, seriously. I feel like this has become a fairly frequent thing. This actually all started because I thought it was important to share my perspective as both a parent and a staff member. This is by no means a unique perspective. There are many out there like me, but it's hard for us to get out here and share that point of view often. I feel like it's because it's hard finding that time between your second job, your kids, and then your third job. You just don't have that time. So today I want to talk about the vote to exceed revenue neutral. Specifically, the conversations I've had to have with my family and coworkers about it. It is a fact that funding doesn't hit like it used to, and it doesn't feel like it's going to get any better. Truth is, we need all the money we can get and wherever we can get it, right? That doesn't mean rob banks, though. I'm not telling you to do that. The district staff are worried about their jobs, right? I'm worried about my job. We have seen other districts cut educational support professionals' hours or even their positions entirely. And it's scary to watch, you know, because the truth is that if our positions get cut here, we might have to leave the entirety of this field, right? If those positions aren't out there as well, we don't get to do what we love at the end of the day. And that's really scary. But then very quickly, I have to shift into mama bear mode, right? Will my children receive the services that they deserve and the quality of education that they need? I know firsthand how important it is that support staff are in the classrooms and how much our certified allies rely on us. The community has already begun to ask questions, right? And all I can say is, if we even begin to consider any options that require downsizing or cutting positions in school buildings, we will get to a point of no return where we cannot provide the quality education our children need and deserve or rebuild the trust of the community. The board has been chosen by the parents of this district to represent the interests of us and our students. And as one of those parents, what that means to me is making the choices that are best for our children, not outside interest, and then supporting the district and giving back to the community. So finally, I just have to say it plainly, mostly because I couldn't figure out how to make it sound pretty, but I urge you to vote to exceed revenue neutral. And also, that's what the cool kids do. So if you want to be cool, you got to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next, I'll invite Erica Andrade to the podium.
Good evening, President Lopez, members of the board, Dr. Stubblefield. My name is Erica Andrade, and I serve as president and CEO of El Centro here in Kansas City, Kansas, and I'm also a graduate of Harmon High School. For more than 50 years, El Centro has stood alongside KCKPS families, and I also stand here tonight as someone who calls this community home and understands that the decisions made in this room have consequences far beyond this building. Last week, El Centro submitted a letter asking the board for greater transparency before moving forward with the revenue-neutral budget. We did not ask you to arrive at a predetermined outcome. We ask you to show the community what revenue neutrality actually looks like before your vote on it. Where reductions will occur, what positions or services could be affected, and what those choices mean for the children and the families. This is not an unreasonable request. That is responsible governance. I also want to challenge the suggestion that going revenue neutral automatically means that families will see lower property taxes. I am a property owner in Wyandotte County. We heard a similar promise from the unified government when they went revenue neutral in 2005. I don't know about everybody in this room, but my property taxes did not go down because my property valuation went up. So please, let's be careful about promising taxpayers an outcome that this board cannot guarantee. What we can know is that reductions to this district will cost our students, and before making those reductions, this community deserves to see the complete picture. But tonight I am concerned about more than just the budget. I have watched recent board meetings become increasingly contentious and at times toxic. Disagreement is a part of democracy. Questioning one another is part of governance. But vilifying colleagues, questioning motives, or using power to diminish those with whom we disagree is something different. And I'm particularly troubled that when that behavior is repeatedly directed towards the only elected Latino member of this board. More than 65% of the students you have been elected to serve are Latino, yet Latino representation is not equitable on this board or across the district leadership. Representation matters. It matters to children who deserve to see themselves reflected in leadership, and it matters to the families who deserve to know their voices and lived experiences are present when decisions are being made about them. At a time when Latino communities are already feeling increasingly targeted and uncertain about their place in this country, this board should be modeling something better.
30 seconds.
You do not have to agree with one another. In fact, I expect you won't, but I do expect transparency, I expect respect, I expect professionalism, and I expect every member of this board to remember that the power entrusted to you ultimately belongs to the community that you serve. Our children are watching us. Thank you.
Thank you. Would invite Mr. Scott Harding to the podium. Mr. Scott Harding, or is he online? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Again, as a reminder, everyone is welcome to give comment. Please just sign up with the board clerk, and if you did not sign in after your comments, please do so at the front table next to Mr. Hansford. We're going to continue with our agenda board. Next on our agenda is our consent agenda, item number 4. Board, I'm going to pull item F the out-of-district travel and PD travel from the consent agenda. Other than that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item F? Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been seconded. Any questions or discussion?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes, Ms. Brownlee
my
Page.
question, and they don't have to provide that tonight, but with the Bailing math coaching, I didn't see much in it in regard to parents and providing them with information on how to better help their children with math. I'm not asking for the answer tonight, but if we could get that so that we can share with the parents, because the new math is a little different, and they need help. I try to help my relative, and I can do it the way we were taught, but they want it done a certain way. So how can we help parents? I didn't see that in there.
And that's item I believe, on the consent agenda. Stubblefield.
We can provide that information, but just point of clarification, they are at our CSI middle schools, specifically to help the teachers, coach teachers so that they can instruct the students better. So whatever is happening with the parents, it'll come from the teachers, but we can share what the teachers are doing with the parents, and we can follow up with that. But
I
the
just thought
coaches
if you could
would not.
include them. I know what they're doing, but if you're a parent and it's happening at school, and maybe the kid can't explain it to their parent, what can we do? I'm not asking for the answer tonight, but what can we do to help parents with their children?
Thank you. Additional questions on the consent? Not, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Hearing none, Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Marlin Junior, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Twin, yes.
Thank you, Board. Item F, I believe there was a question on out-of-district travel, or PD, I'm sorry.
Right, thank you. Just looking at the, let's say that the description under the budget, where it says, some says no cost to the district and leave it blank. Others have explanation. Just, I guess, questions for you, Dr. Stubblefield. What communication is given just for consistency?
For which, the
PD
budget?
travel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we can,
So if it's no cost to the district, they list no cost to the district, and if it's a grant, they generally say grant, but they just are putting like that information. They have the directions there, but if there is specific information that is being looked at, if that you want to share, we can take it back and look at what it says.
probably just for consistency, if they have the funding source, it provides us with more clarity. Because some say RTM Business Group covers all expenses, and others say nothing. So just consistency. That's all the comment.
Okay, we'll take a look at that.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Other questions, and Dr. Stubblefield, other questions on item F? Hearing, there's a motion to approve item F. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Downing, roll call.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Marlin Junior, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Twin, yes.
Thank you, Board. Next agenda item 5. Board, this is our board discussion section. We are going to discuss continue discussing the budget. Again, I know there's a timeline at the next board meeting on August 25th. We will be continuing to discuss budget and potentially making decisions on budgets and revenue neutral. Today is an opportunity for us to hear an updated presentation. I see Ms. Walker at the podium, but if to hear updated information and a presentation and an opportunity for us to ask further questions about the budget, the process, or what is to come in the timeline. Dr. Stubblefield, anything you would like to share?
Just before Ms. Walker begins, I just want to provide some context. Ms. Walker, Ms. Mansfield, and Ms. Robinson all attended a budget meeting this morning, and thus, when they got back with new information and final information, because they had to submit our budget documents the last day or so, they updated the PowerPoint. So, board, this is the first time that you'll see some of this information, but we also recognize that you don't have to vote on the revenue neutral rate or the budget until the next meeting, so there's 2 weeks in between. Majority of the information in the slide you've seen at some time, but I just wanted to say this is an updated slide presentation, and some of the stuff is, they were feverishly working like 1 hour ago. So I just want to say thank you to that team, and they'll, Ms. Walker will provide some background, and then Ms. Robinson will join, and then there will be space for questions. If you do have questions as they're moving along, just, you can interrupt them. We'll answer what we can or take it down and bring the information back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield, President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, board members. Thank you for being here tonight to continue the discussion on budget. I'm Lisa Walker, Assistant Superintendent of Federal Programs here in KCK. And with our district reorganization, I'm very excited to be working more directly this year with our finance department. So I'm going to start off our presentation tonight by giving you some systems level overview of some of the work and planning we've been doing around our finances to support our instructional programming. So of course, every financial decision we want to make, we want to keep students at the center. You see there our North Star goal, which all of us are very familiar with. I think the thing that we think about as the finance team is that right there on the screen is an investment in our students, and we have a commitment as a district to ensure that we have the financial structures in place to meet that commitment for every single student. And so that is the charge of our finance team as we're working through the daily operations of the budgeting process. Of course, we also want to strengthen and align our financial structures to support all of the work that is planned and facilitated through our continuous improvement plans that you see there on the screen, starting first with our district strategic plan that works in tandem with our KCKPS accreditation action plan. And then, of course, all of that work is taken down to the individual schools, and you see that work then very individualized at the school level through the school improvement plans. So a reminder of thinking about where does the revenue come from, you see there on the screen, and we've talked about this before, but the three primary sources that give us funding for our operational expenses: federal funds, state aid, and local taxes. And then looking at how that comes to us, this is a chart you've seen before in all of our budget presentations, but it shows you the various funds in which we take in our funding throughout the year to then support our daily operational cost. And then here is another picture that you've seen before as well, but this is just a visual of how we expect our operating funds to come in. These are the various funds that we are anticipating based on the data we have at this time. And that graphic right there shows you then how each fund is going to contribute to the overall budget for the district. All right, so those are things you've seen before. Then in going a little bit more granular in our anticipated general fund increases, you see that we get every year a base state aid per pupil, and you know that typically that does increase annually. And you see there that we have a slight increase that is projected. Well, we know that's going to be the increase for 26, 27. And when we take that with our 20,500 projected enrollment, which is what we are going with for this school year, that is an additional funding amount of approximately a little over $3.7 million. Now, the thing I think to think about this funding point right here is two things, putting it in the larger financial construct. The finances go a little, don't go as far, right, as they used to. Our buying power is a little diminished, like it is for all of us in our homes. The same thing occurs for the district with rising cost and increases that we see. And then we also know that that amount of funding is a little bit less if you look back to previous years. With our declining enrollment, that amount is continuing to go down because we're based on the number of students we have. And of course, KCK is very similar to districts across the state of Kansas in that we know enrollment is declining across most of our schools in Kansas. That's not true for 100%, but it is a pattern that we're seeing. So those are two things that we do need to keep in mind with that funding. And then also a similar pattern you would see here with our federal funds, which makes up a little over 12% of our total budget. You see there our final allocations. We did have increases in migrant and 21st century funding, and our Head Start funding stayed relatively flat. However, you see in the other federal funding streams that we do have a decrease, and that again is based on enrollment and then our poverty levels as well. So we have a pattern of some declining funding due to enrollment, and then you see here on the screen something that we've been talking about for the past several months. We have some budget pressures that are on us, which are creating a bit of a gap for us. And this is the same information that you saw previously, however, it was in a table format, so it looks a little different here because we enlarged it just to make it easier to read and put it more in a list form. But everything on this screen that you see here are those anticipated new expenses that we've been talking about since late spring of this past school year. And then on this slide, you see that we finish up, there is one addition, and that is the last bullet that you see. We had not included the increased legal fees for the Board of Ed, which we estimated to be about $200,000. And when we added that in, it did put you to 12.1 is what our gap is between our funding and our expenses. So that's a little bit different because of the $200,000. Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
On the slide before, what is the figure for the grant-reduced funding for school-based social workers?
It should have a comment at $550,265.60. Thank you for that. All right. So then thinking through fiscal responsibility, what is the work that's already been done? Because we knew last year that we needed to start looking at some things a little differently. And we have used these three primary modes of operation to kind of address the issue thus far: staffing, vacancy management, department and district efficiencies, and then operational savings where we can get those. So looking historically, these are new slides for you. I think you've seen them in previous years, but we've not put them together for you in this year. So just to give a little bit of a historical view of what work has been done in thinking through some central office, especially budget reductions. Thinking, how can we make cuts? Although we all agree that all of the work that's being done at all levels, in all places, is important and valuable. But if we do need to gain efficiencies, where can we gain them at a place that sits as far away from the classroom as possible? So we're talking right now about central office and district level departments. So you can see here what happened in 21-22 and 22-23. And then we can show a little bit more of central office budget reductions through 23-24, 24-25. And of course, we're talking about the vacancy management through that. So as people leave or relocate or retire, then we're just looking at those positions more thoughtfully and carefully and trying to collapse and combine where we can. And then last year, you'll see in 25, 26, there was a lot more work that occurred in regard to vacancy management. You see, we were a little over $3 million last year. And then thinking about what did we plan last year during the end of the school year, summer, or thinking through last year the changes that we might make as we moved into this year, knowing that we have decreased funding and we have increased cost, right? So that gap that's going to occur. So you see here on the screen the work that has been done at the central office and district department levels, going through this school year, summer, and moving into the current school year. And then this slide finishes up those vacancy managements, and you have a little bit over $4.7 million that we were able to gain through those staff vacancy management work. Then there were some additional things that occurred. We did work then with departments to say what other things can happen with reorganizations. You see these on the screen here. We did a department 2% reduction. We made that decision last year in the middle of the school year and prepared departments for that and worked through those things this past spring and summer. And then just recently, I think at the last special board meeting, budget meeting that you had, we discussed that we went back through, knowing that in our subcommittee with the finance team, we've been talking about out-of-district travel. And so we went back through and did another 10% reduction of department out-of-district travel, and that gave us a little bit over $63,000, just a little shy of $64,000. And then we know two additional things that will happen in order to gain some more gap funding would be looking at our contracted staff services. We do, have a number of those that we'll look at to reduce those costs. And then, of course, you saw the increase in the base state aid per pupil was $3.7 million. That would be used right now to help close that $12.1 million gap that we have between declining funds and those increased costs. So that puts us at projected gap funding at $12.2 million, so a little bit over than that gap that we know we need to close. Keep in mind that this figure does not include any kind of a salary increase, so that would still need to be considered. All right? Then thinking about what needs to continue moving forward, because the discussion that we've been having through the admin summit and last spring during the budget meetings with schools and with departments is that what we know, given the picture on the horizon, with increasing costs, decreasing enrollment, we also know that there are things happening at the state level that might change the formulas when they sunset coming up here in the next several years. We know that we're really standing at the beginning of some what I would call tough years. We're not in a time of abundance, as I like to say when I'm talking with people about decisions that we're making, because every dollar right now has to do double duty almost, right? It has to support and directly improve student outcomes that we have students right now. And it also has to help us to stabilize our financial structures for future priorities. So continuing vacancy management where we can and when we can, looking at each one of those individually and making good decisions. Continue to look for scheduling and staffing efficiencies. We know that there is still probably some work that can be done, although I think one thing to think about is we've already been doing quite a bit of that, and so that becomes a little harder, right, when you've already done some of it, but we will still absolutely be looking and seeing where we can save. We also have a protocol in place for monthly department meetings to review balances and then cabinet monthly meetings to review budget balances. We also this year are asking for all non-classroom open positions come through cabinet for review and approval. Again, that's part of that vacancy management process. All out-of-district travel requests come through cabinet for review and approval, and we have said to staff, we are doing essential travel only, things that support the strategic plan, leadership development, and advocacy. Those are kind of the three primary areas. All contracts will be reviewed by cabinet and the superintendent before approval, and then all capital outlay projects as well. That helps us to ensure that we are considering all of these requests through the same lens, that we stay calibrated, and that we're really using a process to look at things strategically. It's not that we don't trust department leaders or buildings. We just need to make sure that we all kind of understand where we are and where we need to get to, and be making decisions across the entire system. Sometimes when you're at the department level, you don't have the opportunity to know all of the other things that may or may not be occurring across. So that's a way of making sure that we're collaborative and we are calibrating. And then, of course, we'll continue to be talking with all of us in our departments about continuing to identify 5 ways, or even if it's 3 ways or 2 ways, what are the different ways that you can continue to look for 27, 28 into the future to be resourceful. You know, we just all have to kind of be thinking that way. Why do we need to do this? I think we understand these continuing measures are really required in order to build our financial capacity, and we must do that because we need to fund recurring and long-term investments. You see some of those here on the screen. Of course, we always want to continue to invest in our employees, right, and to value with a monetary way when we can the contributions that they make and to stay competitive. We want to have money to be able to do that. And then you look at the various replacement cycles that come up regularly, where we have some larger expenses when we have technology infrastructure that's going to age out and we don't have a choice but to replace that or upgrade. We need to be able to have the funding and have a plan for those recurring and long-term investments. And then, of course, there at the bottom, being able to rebuild our cash balances for emergency and contingency reserves. That is a priority for our team as well. So it's balancing all of these things. What are the current needs right now at the moment? And then what do we know is down the road, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years out, to make sure that we are equipped to be able to do that. And so I am going to now turn the rest of the presentation over to Ms. Robinson, and she'll talk with you a little bit more in details about mill levies and just things that we had the opportunity to learn and to think about today at our budget meeting. Yes?
Now, I have the old plan you guys gave us. You've added some things. Can we get a hard copy of that?
Sure, we'd be happy to do that. Yes, okay. Ms. Robinson, I'll turn it over to you.
Could I get an explanation, Ms. Robinson or Ms. Walker, on the one, on page 22, where you have the KCKPS mill levy? The capital outlay is increased. The mill levy is increased this year. Now, those things, are those part of the bond piece that we're looking at? With that increase?
I think if we let Ms. Robinson get into talking about the mill levies, she can do some explanation about the total mill, and then how the various mills then contribute to that, and we gather funding from those various streams.
I appreciate
Okay,
that.
does
Thank you.
work? And if we don't answer it tonight, we'll be happy to continue to work on that and get that back to you. Okay, you good?
Yes.
All right.
President Lopez and Vice President Brownlee Page and board members-elect, and Dr. Stubblefield, our superintendent. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mill levy, that's something, that's a hot topic. I guess I need to change slides here. See what we got going on. Our first slide here, we just wanted to bring an awareness about our surrounding districts and KCKPS in terms of where we stand in the mix of all of the districts in terms of the mill levy. And this diagram actually provides that information. As you see here, KCKPS was at 53.528, and that is without the library, okay? And Bonner Springs, 52.458. Blue Valley is closest to us next in enrollment, 53.618. And as you see and go over, you see Shawnee Mission actually is lower on the mill rate, but I'll talk about that a little bit because Shawnee Mission, actually, they have a benefit of the immense property valuation that they have, so to generate their funding, so they don't have to ask for as much that we do based on the level of our assessment that we have to generate the funding that we need. So this is just an awareness slide, not that we are trying to be a Blue Valley or a Shawnee Mission or anybody else. We just wanted to know this is where KCKPS stacks up, okay? And I believe this is the slide you were asking about. Okay. Here, what I presented is actually the real levy that we had last year, and it was 62.791. And the 6 categories in which, now this does include the library for the total. So our supplemental general generated $19,450,000 and $140. That was 14.32 meals. Capital outlay, $9,842,129. 7.129 meals. And school retirement, there isn't anything in there for that, but bond and interest generated $16,406,128 at 12.079 meals. And the Public Library Board, $12,007,340 at 8.841 meals. And the Public Library Board Employee Benefits Fund, $572,579 at 0.422. Now, when we started our calculation for our budget, initial budget for 2027, this is where we landed. We had asked, we listened to you guys, your request, and one, knowing that some are interested in having a reduction in mill levy, and some of us know we need to be revenue neutral, exceed revenue neutral. So we tried to work this happy median in this space. So our initial pass at this for the supplemental general would generate $20,058,000. Oh, I left a digit. Oh, it curved around. I'm sorry. 479 at 13.697 meals, and 11,715,747 at 8 meals for capital outlay, and our bond and interest at 16,918,303, 11.553 meals, as well as the public library, $12,1229,755 at 8.351 meals, and $585.27 at 0.399 meals. So that's lowering the meal levy from 62.791 to 62, okay? So that's what we attempted to do. We went from 62.791 to 62. We have already placed that intent to the UG to do that. So we're looking at that reduction in the mill levy while we're still exceeding revenue neutral rate at this point. This is something you've seen before. It's just slightly adjusted because by law, they voted for your assessment valuation, your first $75,000 of home valuation is not considered for your taxation. So this is at a basic meal I presented 5 different values here, and that you can see what the base meal would be for a year and for by month. Which in terms, yes, does not look like very much. But overall, you say, yes, my tax bill is still high though, but that has to do with the assessment. And that's not something that this Board of Education or this board administration can control. But we are doing the best to provide a balance for what is needed that we have in this district to support the district operations, as well as be attentive to the taxpayers' needs as well. The reduction of one meal, that was a question that was asked before. This year is $1,464,408. And in the sense of if we did a meal on supplemental general, there is an impact for state aid, and that would be $2,928,816. And so the total budget impact would be $4,393,224 if we did anything around reducing a meal and supplemental general. We utilize that. We usually present that because that would be your greatest impact, so you know where you stand and as where we stand and what we have to do to operate. So we have our recommendations. We have tried to do our best to have a win-win scenario in that we are providing some relief, but yet also maintaining what we need to do to operate the district. I am also going to share with you, this is something that you have seen before, the consideration and recommendation that we have for you to exceed revenue neutral rate. And the decision considerations I'd like you to keep in mind are that local and state revenues based on property valuations increases. The new watercraft vehicles is not very much, it's about $10,000, as I saw in past reports. That's no longer taxed, so we don't get anything on that. It also contributes to the reduced state LOB funding if we do anything in supplemental funding. We want to avoid drastic adjustments to the budget due to the revenue neutral reduction of funds. The community has a vested interest in supporting our students. You guys here have that. We as administrators have that, and employees have that as well. The community, our tax-based valuation of property is not as high in surrounding districts, so we have to have a greater effort here. The reduced enrollment, as mentioned, will be impacting our base state aid per pupil funding. We do attempt to pad the budget a little bit simply because we don't want to republish if something anomaly happen. We had fires this last year. We had other things that we had to make adjustments for in this past year, and we have upcoming new expenses that we'll have that we're trying to figure out how to offset those. But some of those unknowns just happen. And we want to be able to properly budget and allocate the funds the way they should be used and need to be used. We have a decrease in federal funding that's already been noticed. Anticipated increased expenditures, like I mentioned, increase in fixed operational costs. The SPED adjustment we have for the dissolution of co-op. We have brought all of that into our Fund 30 to mix the two together. So we are no longer have Bonner Springs and Piper as that we are servicing, but we still have to service our own students. Increased SPED, student services, and maintenance of effort that exists. The cost of living increases considered by the Board of Education, which is ensuing. Costs due to cell phone ban legislative mandate, that's already in our list. The board expressed interest in school upkeep and maintenance. We want viable spaces to impact student learning and development. We want to provide appropriate playground equipment that's been mentioned and discussed, safe and secure environments, building and grounds conditions of our schools, so addressing those major purchases that are necessary, ongoing uncertainty regarding changes in the state funding formula. We may not receive the impact of that in this year, but it's something we need to continue to keep in mind as we continue. This is a ever ongoing process, this budgeting. Soon as we get out of this, we're going to be right back in it because we need to continue to look at what we are doing to plan for tomorrow. Our school districts that elected to go revenue neutral some have experienced closing schools, financial focus to increase our reserves. We want to, in doing so, we want to have a positive impact on our Moody bond rating. Continue to look at the efficiencies that we have, continued evaluation of backfilling positions to right-size the district, program services while attracting and retaining great KCKPS employees. Assessing which costs are unavoidable, necessary costs to operate. We want to continue to contract, look at evaluate our contracts for effectiveness, and that we are using the right services and using them appropriately and to the full extent of which we contract for. The budget conscious culture, we've got to have some training and monitoring. And that's why we're introducing these monthly meetings that we want to have throughout the district with departments and schools, so that we are continually evaluating what is going on. Not only we're here in central office, but that means we are having a closer relationship and have a better attunement of what their programs are, what is happening at a state mandate level, what is happening in every department, so that we can better advise and better participate in this dialogue when we get to the budget process. And then not only that, it gives us the opportunity to teach them how to manage as well. If I had my druthers, we'd have a bunch of mini accountants in this district. But we're going to get there. We will get there. That's right. I think our staff have been, even within the last month, have been seriously conscious about the direction we are taking. So that is being helpful. I think it's being well received. So we want to meet the needs overall and maximize the use of our funds available to our students to do the best job that we can for this community. All right, let's talk about budget timelines. So I know that there is a concern about not having all the information that you think you need at the point in time you need it. But I want to walk back through memory lane here just a little bit to talk about touch points, because we're going to move from this point into the new year. And last year, we deal with our building assessment needs. Back in November and January, we project the enrollment finalized, that's in November. When we have our audits and begin all of that, the revenue projections made, their accurate estimates cannot be made until they're finalized by the legislature. So in December is when we actually get the first update that we have from all the budget and whatever the state is doing. So any budget requests made by departments, those carry on through January. The boards, that's when we begin to actually consider where we are moving in this next year. So the board provides the guidance for the budget priorities February through March, and our HR reviews staffing needs, including feedback from building needs assessments in February. And not only that, we've also, Ms. Walker has also alluded to the fact that everything is going through cabinet now. So we are putting a different eye level on what is happening here in the district. And so the cabinet begins also the preliminary budget discussion in February as well. And with that, we have rate quotes that receive for health insurance. We're having those meetings in April, and actually April through June, and we'll have a final report from the last year here come August sometime. But we want to be able to finalize the budget for transportation, utilities, and other large items there in April, have our budget workshops with the board and in May, to begin all of that. But through this process, we are also communicating with you where we are financially. So that's the piece that is going to be crucial impact in all of this. So you don't feel like we are at the end of the day and you don't know what you need to know. So that's what we're trying to overcome. But unfortunately, we have a process, a state timeline too, that we have to adhere that actually puts us off a little bit. Yes, we started a brand-new school year. We haven't even done the budget for this school year. So that's just the way of the world. That's how it works right now. But we have done some things to position ourselves to begin our work. Negotiations for certified compensation is usually completed in May, and I guess that's still going on. So, and then we have our budget approval here in August. We have set for our hearings. We've had the opportunity to communicate. We've had a special budget meeting in September 19th, the Finance Committee meeting October 3rd, a special meeting also for our finance goals October 17th, our Finance Committee meetings December 5th, special meetings, again on December 19th. We converted our special finance meetings to our special meetings, January 16th, and a Finance Committee meeting on February 6th, and a special budget meeting on February 20th. Our Board Finance Committee meeting on March 6th. You've had board retreats here in March. We've had a special budget meeting April 3rd, April 17th, May 1st, and May 15th, and June 1st, and a board meeting June 9th, and the special budget meeting on June 22nd, a board meeting on June 23rd. You've had a board retreat on June 29th. We also initiate the board subcommittee meeting. That was July 8th and July 14th. We had our board meeting on July 21st, special board meeting July 27th and July 29th, as well as August 3rd. And here we are at our board meeting on August 11th. So our next session will be the revenue hearing and budget hearing and your board meeting on August 25th. So through this process, we have a lot of opportunities to communicate and discuss some of the finance. And so that's what we're looking at to maintain that type of calendar and that type of communication that we know we need to have so that everybody can feel secure and the decisions that are made by the board and that will be beneficial for this district. Now, budget decision-making. We started out in May. We had to submit to the UG our approval to exceed revenue neutral on June 23rd, approval of our resolution as well. So we notified the county clerk by July 17th, and publication of hearing went out on July 20th. The clerk notified individual taxpayers. After that, they had a 10-day notification that they had to do. And so here in the month, we're going to have our next revenue neutral and budget hearings and adoptions on August 25th. And what I'm asking for today, because we went to the state and we have been working fast and furiously, trying to do a good job for you, in that we are noticing things that aren't aligned the way we need to. So I am here to ask today that you guys consider having a corrected budget hearing meeting on September and adoption on September 8th, 2026. So what that means is that when we do the budget and the alignment, all of the expenditures that we have, that actually feeds into the mill levy that it creates. So when we do that, we saw our alignment wasn't the way it needs to be. Because one, we're looking at, one of my concerns was that we're looking at our bond and interest and saw some inefficiencies there. So what we'd like to do is that, yes, you have to have the revenue neutral hearing on August 25th. But we're going to ask that you vote to exceed revenue neutral so we can go back and do a new publication and realign those. We can't realign anything if we don't have that vote. And this is something desperately need, because I don't want to be able to have to come before you to say we cannot make our bond payments or anything like that, okay? So that is a critical piece that is an ask today from this finance team. And then our budget submission deadline has to be September 18th in accordance with the state. So, are there any questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Penn Hicks, go ahead.
Are there any new build pieces in the capital outlay causing the increase in the mill rate for that particular category? Because I see the bond interest and interest is separate. Are any of those new builds included in that capital outlay?
What we're doing in capital outlay, yes, there's some needs. If we want to do all the maintenance that we need to do to our schools, there is a need there. And unfortunately, in past years, we have reduced that mill levy. And so there is not as much funding coming into it as we need to. But nonetheless, in our actuality, to balance our books, we are also utilizing we are having to move expenses from general fund into capital outlay to balance our budget. And custodians, maintenance expenses, and that's been year after year after year after year. So we're trying to get an approach to right size the way we ought to be functioning. And we can't do that without realigning those meals.
Yeah. So, I was going to say, to answer your question, there are no new bills if you're talking about the things that were
No.
a part of the bond. There are no new bills in the
no.
capital outlay fund.
Thank you, that's
Yes.
what I was asking. Okay, and then could you explain what you mean by the bond and interest inefficiencies and why that was a problem?
I'm saying
What do you
that the
mean by
mill
that?
levy rate that we have right now does not produce enough income to pay out what we need to pay out. So we need to allocate between those categories so that we have it coming in properly the way we need to utilize it.
Yeah. And just to.
It does not change our 62
Right.
at all. We just have to allocate in between.
Right. And just for points of clarification, there was lots of transition between last year, this time of the year, to when Ms. Robinson took over the role. When the bond was presented, there were some adjustments that should have been made in certain areas to do that. While there were some adjustments, they weren't made at the level that they were. So when Ms. Robinson put together the budget, she put it together under that assumption. What she found out today is they need to make those adjustments. It will still be at the 62 mills, but because it's already been presented and published, that's why the recommendation to republish the corrected one. So on August 25th, you would still have the hearing for the revenue neutral, and you'll still have the budget hearing, but you'll see what was originally presented and then what's new, and then you would vote on the budget on September 8th. So they just found that out like this afternoon when they were there and looking at things, because she was operating under a different assumption or information, but that's where she's saying alignment. Yeah.
I've got one more question for you. In our original paperwork that we received, we were told, or in the pie chart that you get, and I don't remember what page, I think it was like page 15, you had labor as like 43%.
I had lumped everything together. What you see on this slide is actually the source of the funds where we receive money, not necessarily the expense itself and how it's allocated. So we'll go back and do that as well. Once we have your budget, we can present it that way.
Okay, appreciate it.
Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. You've been more than willing to answer a lot of questions and do a lot of refiguring. I just got a couple questions at this point. I think it's whatever the slide talking about maintenance of effort, is that maintenance of effort, I think it was 20.
For SPED?
Yes, please. I think it was 28. 28. Is that based on the amount we're spending now, current 25, 26? On slide 20, it says SPED adjustment from
Okay.
dissolution of the,
SPED,
I'm
SPED
sorry,
has,
increased SPED service.
our
maintenance of effort.
expenses in SPED have been increasing year after year after year.
Okay,
And most of that has led us to look at the contracted services that we have and the approach that we're looking at possibility of gaining more funding in our reporting. If we are able to submit and gain all the information we need to do, that might improve our CAT aid, categorical aid. There's an opportunity there. But there's also an opportunity to look at whether we have someone employed versus using contracted services. And so I think with our new leadership in SPED, there's an opportunity with her expertise in that area that she will be continually looking to efficiencies and supporting of IEPs and other student activities that need to occur.
okay. And with all that, the question again is, when you come to the end of that calculation and you determine what our maintenance of effort is, are you looking in this slide to say it is based on projected, just as you suggested, projected costs and expenses, or current costs and expenses?
For maintenance of effort, all I can deal with is current.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Because whatever you do, you have to maintain.
exactly. And that is based on roughly about 64% of costs at this point, or based on whatever the state provides, is that, I think we're at 64%.
True, yeah.
Okay, so I guess I would like for you to explain, when you say anticipated expenditures, the maintenance of effort, I guess you already answered, it's based on current expenses.
Yeah.
Okay.
But-
However, go
But
ahead.
there can be increased costs in SPED. There have been increasing.
Oh,
and-
they're excessive costs. There's excess costs. And it comes from the general fund. So
yes.
there's no question about that. Just asking for that clarification. Second question, in comparison either to Shawnee Mission or Blue Valley, how much does 1 mil raise in Wyandotte County?
1.464, something like that.
Million?
Million.
Compared to the,
Shawnee Mission is like 6 million, something. 6.6 million, yeah.
okay, and Blue Valley?
Did I put a note on Blue Valley? Let me see.
And that's slide 21. So it's, I guess without explaining that, it's a little bit difficult to understand that we're at 53, does it say
I
we're
don't-
53 mills and Shawnee Mission's at 51 mills?
Right. But when you have a higher real estate base, you may not have to ask for as much.
Exactly. Yeah. So you already said 1 mill in Shawnee Mission raises 6 million,
Yeah,
and 1 mill in
6.1 million.
and 1 mill in Wyandotte County raises, is that Wyandotte
So
County or
that's for-
KCK?
KCK.
So
yeah.
1 million in our tax family
Yes.
only raises 1.64 million.
yeah.
Okay.
1.4, yeah. And Blue Valley is, I just looked it up, it's about 4.75.
million.
Million.
Okay. So I guess then that leads me to the third question. Is there any, help us understand then why, on the one hand, you already said to give some tax relief, one of these slides projected 2027 with a lower mill rate. How much, if you did not lower the mill, would the total be?
So it would
From
be,
62,791 to 62. What's that?
Probably
0.7?
another $1.1 million. For the 791?
Correct.
Yeah,
Another 1.1 million?
yeah, I believe so.
So help us understand why we would want to lower the mill rate.
You wouldn't. I'm just trying to please.
Okay.
If it was my choice, no.
Okay.
We'd be up and above,
Okay.
just to be transparent.
And then last, please, what was our total budget, or however, what was our budget that we then computed the LOB from last year? 25,
I don't have
26?
that in front of me, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I know LOB is 33% of the general, or?
General, and for last year, our general ended up 199, so we would have been around the 67 million mark, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on a $200 million general budget, 33% of that produced the 67 million, then yielded the 8 million of state aid.
8 million? What? Say that again?
The 200 million
Yeah.
general budget, of which 33% is the rate of the local option budget assessment,
Yes.
that yielded 67 million of
Yeah.
tax dollars, allowed us to draw down 8 million of state additional supplemental aid.
Ms. Robinson, you may want to go back to the slide where it shows when we get state aid, like, we collect 1.464 million in Kansas City, Kansas, and the state aid on wherever their state aid provided, I think is 2.8.
0.9.
2.9. The slide where it will say what we get per meal.
Slide 25.
Yeah.
Slide 25.
Thank you. Okay, here.
Slide 25.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, well, I was just saying, so in on the LOB and what's the other areas we get state aid, wherever we get state aid on that, so for every 1 mil that we're collecting, $1.464 million, the state is providing 2.9.
For supplemental general.
For supplemental general. So is that, are you asking about that or the other?
Asking about what we got supplemental general last year.
So it would be almost.
We got 11.
Twice as much as whatever.
We get $11 million, I
11 million?
believe.
An increase or that
Wait a minute.
amount, like,
Let me go
Supplemental.
back to this, find
Supplemental.
the slide, hold on.
I think she has,
Yeah. Right here. Last year, we received 19 million.
19?
Mhm.
Okay, in supplemental.
Yes, for our tax levy.
Okay. So the question is then, if we kept the budget at 200 million for this year, and we're still saying our 33% LOB is the same, it has not increased. Go ahead.
This is something I want to change. This is why I'm asking for the additional revenue neutral hearing, so we can readjust all of these. Yeah. and budget hearing. This is what we originally came up, and in doing that, that made us aware of the shortfalls of what we needed. Well,
Okay.
in the
I'll wait.
different areas, I
I'll
should
wait and
say.
ask you
Yes.
another, I'll ask you another time.
The shift.
So
We
thank you.
just need to shift a little. We do. And it's very necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brownlee Page, and then we'll come back to Ms. Penn Hicks.
You mentioned that we needed to pad our budget.
The state requires that, so we don't have to republish. It does not mean we
It's-
use
it's
that
in
in the
writing from
operating
the state
sense.
That
Yes.
you can do that? Is there a certain amount? How much are we doing that? Because when Tracy Kaiser were in, that was the first time I heard of that. And she said it, so I assume.
They tell us that
we've
in
been-
every workshop.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, that's the
Yeah.
first time.
Yeah, to
we
account for
heard.
not having to republish. It does not mean you spend all of that money, because at the end of the day, based on whatever our enrollment is, they're going to adjust our numbers to what it is.
Okay, well, that
So
would have been
you don't
nice
want to
to
spend
know.
every dime, you try to,
I
yeah.
got that, but how much, is there a range they give you? that you can go,
anywhere
or is there-
between 5 to 10%, yes.
Okay. Well, that's nice to know. We
Yeah.
didn't know.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm being the educator today, thank you.
Okay, well, that's good. You're doing a good job. And we just want to make sure, but it seems like we always fall into the same pattern.
Yeah.
That we don't have all the information.
I want
We're
you to know what I know.
Okay, that's
where I
good. And
stand.
and I
That's where I
appreciate
stand.
that. And I thank you
Yeah.
for that. And I'm not blaming you for that, because we always say, we're going to start early. And then we're dragging and we're still behind. And I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying that's a problem. How do we rectify that so that we can come to an end and be able to make a decision because we have all the information?
Yeah, the problem with trying to, I've been in places that I know I can give you an exact number, what you're going to do. That's it. And this is how it functions. I've done projections and everything else, business plans and so forth. But the thing is that here, you are penalized if you go over. And nobody wants to be in that position. And so unfortunately, we as a group, the board and the administration together, really need to look at what's happening to say, this is the money we have and how we are using it. And I think we do that. I think you guys need a better education, an additional education. I've tried to present that in the last few months and the way we look at stuff at the state level, to try to organize the information that way so you can familiarize yourselves with what you will see. I'm not saying you haven't had information, you have. But I don't know what the level of dialogue has been to explain it. I don't know that, because I wasn't at the table with you. So what I am saying is that I am willing with this partnership to provide you what I can and to also listen to your guidance for our direction.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I wish we could also do an education piece on this city and the fundings that we have and the taxes that the people pay, so that everybody can understand. Nobody wants to cut. We want our kids to have the best. But if we're struggling to buy gas, if we're struggling to pay property tax and all the different taxes, and if I say I'm not for it, it doesn't mean I'm a monster and I don't want it. I'm looking at people struggle every day, trying to figure out, well, I'm not going to pay this, and now we hear on the national level, okay, medicine's going to go up. So I'm trying to figure out how I can buy my medicine. I got to buy food. You have to take that in consideration. It doesn't mean that people don't care. And then you get vilified because you're concerned about the community you live in and what people are paying. We want the kids to have the best. We want the teachers to get paid. But if I only got $10 and everything costs $50, how do you juggle that? and you're not going to please everybody. And I know they need money too, just everybody needs it. But we're all trying to figure out, how do we do it? And it's going to be some unhappy people. I get that. I taught for 30 years. I stayed on the same step for almost 15 years. And I had to do what I could do, make it work. I didn't like it, but that's what we have to do sometimes. But I wish there could be an education piece on this community. Why you hear, when you say taxes, people get real upset. And it doesn't mean they don't care. So let's be careful, because some people will say that. They don't care about the kids. They do.
No, part of my point is that I know the community cares about the district. But you also have to realize we are here trying to make a good faith effort to meet somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay? And I think that's just under consideration, to try to restructure and align the way it better benefits the district for what we do receive.
Well, I'd like to see a win-win for everybody.
Well, that's
Now,
what I'm
that
up here for.
62 is not a win-win if I'm paying taxes. I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing, because
There's a lot of things I'm sure that we need to
But let's
continue
keep
to address
working
in the
so we
district.
can make it better.
Yeah.
So every year, we say, let's get better, better and better. I forgot the exact quote, but let's make it better. And if we're going to make it better, everybody has to make sacrifices.
Ms. Penn Hicks.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I just have a question, because I'm trying to understand something. When you say the mill is worth the 1.46, is that based on this year's property
This year,
valuation?
on our proposed.
Okay. So, looking at the proposed for this year and the no, I'll take that back. The projected on some of the previous paperwork we had, there was a real revenue achieved from last year, which exceeded the amount that was projected,
Yes.
right? So is that part of the property valuations, and we are receiving more because the property, when do
Assessment
when do
will
the property
always be an
valuations
impact
happen?
that we have no control over whatsoever.
Right, I know
Because
that.
it's after the fact.
That's what I'm asking. Is it
Yeah.
something that we're not even aware of yet?
And not only that, we have an element of delinquent tax.
Pardon me?
There's an element of delinquent tax, those who don't pay in the year in which it's assessed.
But we have historically, when I looked at the data, been able to exceed the revenues or receive more revenues than we projected that we would, okay? And I'm asking, is
Well,
that?
part of that, let me explain that. Part of that, too, is due to the 20 mills. Because the 20 mills accepted, that is set by the UG, is not the 20 mills, it is not equal in dollar value for the 20 mills set by the Board of Education. So we have to actually get that much money. So that equates, last year, I think I put it in one of the slides, it was like 1.3 million more, and I think you asked about that at one point. One of our first finance meetings, when we talked about it. So that's out of our control.
Well, I recognize that, and I've looked at the historical information about that, and usually the school district benefits by about 4 to 5% more revenue based on those property valuations. And I guess, do you factor that in, or is that just something that comes along with the ride? I don't know. Do you account for that in any way in your calculations?
I want to say yes and no.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It's really a technical thing, even though you can be down in meals, which we have gone down in meals, but when you have an increased assessment, that washes
Right.
some degree, that's why I say yes and no. It isn't just a straight increase for everybody. It just doesn't happen that way.
No, I've looked at it over time, and it's anywhere between 4 and 5%. That's why I'm asking about it. Do we ever factor that in as part of the revenue stream? Because we do not have control over the assessments, true. But those assessments happen every year, and that's part of the pressure that is on the community overall. There are 16 different taxing entities in Wyandotte County, and everyone has an opportunity to set their budget, okay? And if we're gonna be pulling in just a little bit extra every year because of those property assessments, I just didn't know how we factored that into our budget. That's why I'm asking. Because I know historically it's anywhere between 4 and 5%.
has not provided us to say that this is an increase because of this piece. So
No,
I do
it's
not
based
have
on
that
property
information.
valuations only.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I've noticed over time.
Yeah.
But the district does benefit from that, so.
Yes. So just one of the things that I think that Ms. Robinson explained earlier, and I think it's just a concept when you're used to dealing with real numbers, like in a business world, this is the number, this is that. We operate off estimates this entire process. So everything that we're presenting is an estimate. So based off of like kids who are roster, who say they're coming here, from the meal to the assessments, they're all estimates, and we don't actually have the real numbers until we're getting ready to close out the year. So that's why it's difficult for us to say, oh, this will be, we can account for, we know based off of this, we're going to get an additional $1 million, so we can plan to reduce it, because we don't know until it's actually there. So you might get this additional, but we said we're going to have 20,000 students, but we actually get 18. So then it's like it counters. Now, if you have years, and we've had years, not recently, but where you got after the assessed evaluation, that you got the additional $1 million or so, and you also had increased enrollment. But because of declining enrollment and those sorts of things, while it shows like, oh, they got additional money, but we didn't get the money that we were projecting over here by the state. So and that's the challenge with education. It's all estimates until Ms. Robinson close out the budget at the end of the year, when you have the real number. So you get the audit that comes in, and then you get these different things that roll in at different times. And so that's what makes it challenging. And that's why the state guidance is always to publish high. So you will have that wiggle room if something comes about and you have to spend more than what you actually are budgeting for. So you'll see that, but then you'll see we publish high. And Ms. Page, I wish we all can figure out how to explain that in a way where it makes sense, because like Ms. Robinson's answer was yes and no. Like, it is not because she wants to double speak, but it is those things you assume you're going to get a little more, but you can't count on it, because you might not. Like if the assess evaluation goes down, and that has happened for some, then you're not going to get what you may have thought you were going to receive, but you might receive something. So that's the challenge as we try to navigate through all of it. School budgets at this time, they're all estimates, and then they do the September 20 count, then they audit your SPED, then they audit your at-risk, and then they audit all of those things. And every time they're auditing, rarely do they come back and say, oh, we're giving you more than what you thought because we audited more. They don't do that. Okay, so there you go. So a lot of times it's like, we're thinking 20,500, and they're like, actually, you got 19,189. So then we have to adjust from there. But we've planned a budget for, like when we're presenting here, for 20,500. So I don't know if that helped or made it more confusing, but it's all estimates until when she submits the final budget at the end of the year.
Mr. Mylan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had one question. Ms. Robinson, I appreciate your effort, and I do, and I know we all do what you do. Dealing with these numbers, it's not an easy task, and what the superintendent just said kind of leads into my question. we operate on estimates, and that can be very difficult because you're dealing with a window, no absolutes, and I'm wanting to understand that, but I have one question. So you mentioned, backing up a little bit, you mentioned we are penalized if we go over. So explain the magnitude and degree in your estimation and this great mind that you have. I'm serious, that what degree of the penalty that we can gather from that, obtain from that, if I'm making sense.
Okay, just a brief educational moment.
Yeah, okay.
When we establish the budget, there are certain funds, general fund and LOB, have a legal max. We cannot exceed that. But we aren't to exceed our budget authority either. So we put in a proposed budget, and then the state comes through after we have all our accounts and everything, and then they tell us, okay, here's where you exist now. You gave us this number, but this is the number you need to function at, okay? And so that, we cannot go over in the revenue or in the expenses. So sometimes if someone, just like we talked about the discussion, people going over budgets. So if a fund goes over that budget, I've got to figure out how to transfer from general fund to support whatever they went over, because I can't undo the expense. So that's why we're looking more at being involved and monitoring where we are as we go through this year. I don't want to give any money back to anybody. That's my position. Okay? So that's not a good operating
No, it's not.
posture, okay? So we want to try to do as much as we can in the right way and plan for it.
So what you're saying, some department will get penalized in a great way, possibly, in the penalization. Am I saying that?
Now, I have not, with the state, if you go over, I have not experienced that. But in some instances, I am aware that if we went over, say, LOB, we need to pay 65% of that money back to the state.
Okay,
I don't want to be there.
okay.
But I think, just a point of clarification, you said departments and it's district. I just want to make
District.
sure we clarify that point.
These are
Sure, right.
funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now,
you
we
help-
also need to address that as well.
Yeah.
When you talk about departments going over.
Yeah,
So we are going to institute some things within our systems that they are always having these budget checks happening. So once we get our budget established and in the system, you won't be able to spend money that's not there. So that's what we're working toward. Not that we're the super police, but we just want to create a lot of mini accountants around here.
thank you. That helps me.
Ms. Brownlee Page.
The last time we met, I asked about our contingency fund. What do we have? Again, I'm not asking you to pull it out tonight, but can we get that along with any new data that, I know what we have here, it's not up to date, it's not current, but can we get
The
that from the
continuing
two of you?
9.865 million, I believe. Yeah, we'll get
Yeah.
it to you. I believe that's the amount,
And
9
then-
million.
And how soon can we pick up the new packet with the new data?
Ms.
this-
Downing may be able to print it before you leave
Yeah.
tonight.
Oh, okay.
Just
It is-
fix
it's
my
very-
slides so my numbers are next to each other. No.
Okay. We can provide you what's on there tonight, and then if they want to update it, we can get it to you. But we'll be able to print it before you leave tonight.
Yes,
One last question. So the question that Wanda asked about the contingency fund, and the paperwork that we received, it was at 11-something. Can you
Yes.
give us an idea of where that money is
We
spent,
have a
what that money
budget
is spent on?
transfer in our budget every year for 3.851 million to go to LOB.
From the
To support,
contingency?
yes,
Support the LOB.
yes. And another observation regarding contingency is that if we have certain expenses that are overextending the district, the board needs to vote to use contingency. And that's over and above what's in the budget. So we could not touch contingency in the sense of trying to balance out this year, so that you know. But if there were additional legal expenses or something that we hadn't planned for, if you want to pay for that, you need to vote to pay for that at a contingency. That's a consideration I just want to put before you.
Was that one time or is that every year that you got to pay 3.85 to the LOB?
It has been in the budget that I'm aware of every year since I've been here.
Well, I recall a transfer being made in reference to the bond of moving 3.85 million from the contingency fund for covering some of the bonds. And I would just like to get some
And that
clarification.
may have happened, but you would have
before
voted
you-
on that.
I wasn't here to vote on it. I was just
I
in the
mean, the board
audience.
would have voted on that,
Okay.
to do that, yes.
All right, I just recall
that
that
occurred.
number and being associated with the bond. And so I'd like to know how that continues to roll over every year. So if you can give me that information, that would be helpful. Why we would continue to pay it every year?
Why do we need it? What, I'm sorry,
not-
I'm not clear on the
I'm-
question, I'm sorry.
If you have to take out of the contingency fund every year,
Mm-hmm.
there's got to be some expenses associated with that, which would require to move that to the LOB.
It's just
So-
overall expenses, and then we decide what needs to move.
But if you do
It's
that
an
every
overall
year, you're going
support.
to deplete your contingency fund eventually. So that's why I'm asking.
It isn't for one specific cost.
Mm-hmm.
It's for the overall budget, the needs of the revenue needed in that to cover the costs that are processing.
I understand
Okay.
that. I'm just asking, if you do that every year, you will not have a contingency fund.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
why we need the right size and look at
And so,
everything we're doing.
what portion
Yes,
of
ma'am.
We don't want to do that.
of the revenue that you would get from exceeding the revenue fund would be able to be funneled back into the contingency
But
fund?
what we have seen is that we have had to utilize historically reserves year after year. And there are no reserves. There's nothing to dip into. So let's be clear on that one. Nothing. Nothing.
Well, that highlights and illustrates
there.
just how much we need to do savings, okay?
Yes.
And look for ways in which
That's
to
why we want to get in
conserve.
position to be able to put and build those reserves back
operating
up,
estimate.
because we don't know what's going to happen. That's why I want to realign some things, at least address the immediate needs of being make bond payment. That's why I want to talk about how we can save and how we can manage more efficiently. All of these things work together. Yes.
Thank you.
The only thing to add context, because we talked about Shawnee Mission, Blue Valley, and then us, and when you looked at the mills, to add context around that. So one of the things, like with the finance formula and the state formula, we receive state aid. It doesn't make us like equalize it, but it is there to try to provide some equity and equalization around it. And there are like Shawnee Mission and districts who have that higher, they don't receive state aid, so that there is some balance there. So I just wanted to put that in context. It's still, there's a gap when you look at like some districts versus us. And I believe every district, I think Piper no longer does, and Wyandotte County receives some sort of state aid, but Piper, this may be the first year that they no longer will receive state aid because of their assessed evaluation recently. But so it doesn't make us equal to them in any way, but that's what the state tries to provide. And when you look at the slide, that's why it shows like majority of our, like, was it 71%? I don't have it in front of me. but the funding that we get is through state aid, or through the state aid. And then it shows what we get from our local taxpayer. It doesn't change like the reality what is happening, but that's just how the formula is to try to offer some sort of not competitiveness, but some equalization in the how schools need to run and function.
All right, Board, we've heard a lot of information, great questions and discussion. Thank you, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Walker. Just to level set again where we are, we'll make sure that we have this presentation available printed for anybody that wants a printed copy to take home. It is available on Diligent, so you can pull it up as well to review. Tonight, what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Robinson, again, for if you look at slide 36, we have already published the hearings for revenue neutral adoption, and that is going to happen in budget on August 25th, the next regularly scheduled board meeting at 5 p.m. here in the room, where folks will be allowed to come, invited to come and share, comment on revenue neutral and the budget overall. The board is being asked on that day to vote whether we want to exceed revenue neutral or not. The recommendation from staff is to exceed, but the board ultimately has to make that decision on whether we will exceed or not revenue neutral and adopt a budget. That's happening on August 25th. The additional ask tonight is that, and it's highlighted on slide 36, to level set and to do, based on the information you all received from your state budget meeting this morning, we have to present and publish a corrected budget and have a hearing for that, which will then happen on September 8th here, 5 p.m., for us to adopt a corrected budget on September 8th. So there's 2 dates, August 25th, revenue neutral and budget, September 8th, a corrected budget. So if I'm understanding, you need, in order to publish with enough time, that corrected budget for the public to review and see and have as information, the board is being asked to approve publication of the corrected 2026-2027 budget and corrected budget hearing notice for September 8th, 2026, 5 p.m. I'll add that in there. That's the normal time. But so you need action from the board to do that tonight. Okay, is there a motion? Dr. Nguyen has a question, and then Ms. Penn Hicks, yes.
So do we have a total budget sheet to know what that number is now?
We can provide what we have in the publication and what we're recalculating and provide that to the board.
Is it on one of these slides?
No. The recalculation is not on a slide.
Is the current,
The publication that we have is on the slide.
which page is that?
22, was that 22, I believe? With the mill levy.
Page 22?
It does not have the budget part, it has the revenue neutral part for that hearing.
So what are you saying the total budget you're at, that was published is? Just help me, if it's on page 22, what does page 22 say?
Here, let me-
And the reason I'm asking that, Mr. Lopez, you're asking us to take action on something that we didn't know anything about. And this is serious. So,
What, may I?
yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm on page 22.
22, this is what has gone out in the publication. Going out, okay? The 2027 proposed. And for me to realign that,
But start first. What is the total figure that you published?
for 62 meals.
And that amounted to what?
I will have to look. I didn't bring.
And I guess that's what I'm saying. You're asking us to approve a
It's
budget.
around 458 million generated.
Okay.
So that bottom line
Yes,
number
that's bottom line.
wouldn't, it's just where it's come, like, so they don't have the corrected, they have this one, but we can give the total. They literally found out this afternoon, which is why they're saying to publish the corrected budget, but you would see both of them before you had to vote to
And I
take
understand,
action.
but asking us to take a vote tonight as well. Understanding you just found out this morning is, your shock is our shock.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
where I am.
Right.
And
No, and when we were discussing this and we looked at the timeline, we don't really have another option because you still have to publish it with the 10 days. And so the window is short and they have to, so they'll have to have it corrected and published by next Monday so it can run before the September 8th meeting with the number of days that need to happen. So it's just, unfortunately, they just found out, so that's why they're asking. Without it, we'll have to navigate, and we don't know how that will occur. But it doesn't change the total meals, it just change where the number of meals on each line.
Right.
Ms. Penhicks.
If I understand correctly what you're saying, Mr. Lopez, that you would want us to vote on revenue neutral on the 25th, and then review a corrected budget on the 8th. Is that what you're asking?
That's when we would have the information prior to.
Well, I know that.
But we would vote on September 8th on a
On the
corrected budget,
Is
yes.
there a reason that we could not delay the revenue neutral vote until we have the corrected?
No, because we published that information. So once you publish and have those timelines and those sorts of things, because I ended up getting on the call with them so that we were clear. And what we were told is, it's out there, you need to take the vote, and then you need to do the corrected budgeted information. So that's what we are navigating.
state told
Because of yes, that's what I understood on the call today.
Okay, then clarification. Are you just asking to have the authority to republish?
Yes.
Yes. That's all you're asking?
Yes.
You're not asking to exceed revenue neutral?
62.
No.
I have
Okay,
to
so
stay
it's-
at 62. When we did
Wait a minute.
intent to publish, intent.
It wasn't
our
clear in the
initial
way you
intent
presented it.
To the UG, we have to stay there.
Okay, so you're just asking to republish?
Yes.
Yes.
That was not clear.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, today you're just approving to republish.
I understand.
Yeah. And then you will have both hearings on the 25th. You actually vote on the revenue neutral, whether to exceed it or not, on the 25th. You'll open the budget hearing, you'll see the corrected one. You won't actually vote on that until September 8th. And then you would vote to approve the budget on September 8th. Yeah, but you're not voting to exceed revenue neutral, or you're not voting on anything tonight, but to have another hearing and publish the corrected budget. That's what you're voting on tonight.
I have a question.
Mr. Mylan, yes.
Okay, so I understand what we're doing now since we kicked that around. My question is, this is different how we did this last year, isn't it?
Well, you didn't do it until
Does
September.
nothing proceed after we did the revenue neutral, yes or no? We didn't have a September 8th to come up, right?
No.
Okay.
That's where, so that is different. Normally, you would do them both on the same night. You would have had this information tonight, you would come back and vote. You would have the revenue neutral vote, and then the budget vote. This year, because of the information that they're receiving, because of some adjustments of where the mills are coming from, they will, Ms. Robinson will create a corrected budget based off the information she received today, and that's the only reason it would be at 2 different times. Our goal is for this to never happen again, but they didn't find out information until today, and that's just the reality of it. They will be, the team, going into next year, they're actually start to finishing doing everything, so they're not coming in the middle and like catching up after some transitions.
Okay, I just want
Yeah,
to make
no,
sure.
you're absolutely
Last year, all of this happened in September. You had both hearings in September.
Right.
Not in August. So there's a
Right.
difference.
Thank you for clarifying that. I thought we did it that way.
Thank you. Additional questions on that again. So we're being asked to grant authority through board action to authority to publish or republish a corrected budget and a hearing date and time for the corrected budget to be on September 8th. Is there a motion to do so?
So we'll,
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion? Dr. Sophia, I would just ask if we can make sure we send to the full board, just the full budget, the budget number that was published so that we can all have access and see that.
Ms. Robinson will get that to you.
Okay.
And for anybody who wants the printed copy, we can get that to you before you leave tonight of the slide deck that you saw.
Great. Thank you. Okay, any further questions or
question,
comments?
Anticipate when we're going to get this. If we're going to vote the 25th,
You'll
what we going to,
get what, the information you got
information,
tonight?
yeah.
You'll get it, I mean, the hard copy you can have tonight. The stuff that's in there won't change.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
But the full budget
Okay.
question, we can get that pretty quickly as
Yeah,
well. It's
it'll-
already been published, so it's
it'll be-
already out there.
Well, it'll be published, I think, Thursday, so we'll get
Yes.
whatever that is to you.
Okay.
So we don't get it at the last minute.
No, it already.
Okay, okay. All right.
And that's why you have
Enough
this
time. When I say
tonight.
last minute, boom, here we go.
Yeah, but
the
that's
next
why
surprise
you
me
have the updated slide deck today, because then you have the 2 weeks
Okay.
before the first information. So this is what was submitted, this is what is done, so it's not going to change, and then the corrected one you'll get based off of that. But what you will be voting on the 8th, that's the information, because you're not voting on the budget on the 8th, although you'll have the hearing, so you can have the second part. So you'll have 2 budget hearings,
Okay, thank you.
one revenue neutral.
I want to be a little clear on this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Penhicks?
One last. Keep saying that, don't I? We're due to have another subcommittee meeting sometime this week. Would it be possible to get any of that information before then, by then? We haven't set it up yet, but at some point this week, would we be able to get
There are a
that
couple of
information?
emails. So the publication, we can probably send that today. Like, she'll probably be able to send that after the meeting. Slide deck you already have, so that will be the most updated information. Yeah.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Downing, roll call, please.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
I don't mean any harm. Thank you for what you gave us. But I don't like this last minute stuff. And I know it's not your fault. But people are writing us saying, make sure you go over this, you ask this, it's clear. And this is a little messy at the end, so I say no.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Marlin Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Ms. Robinson and Ms. Walker. Okay, board, we'll take a quick 7-minute recess, just so we can take care of any needs, and then we will reconvene here in about 7 minutes. Thank you. go ahead and jump back in. Thank you for allowing us a quick moment to stretch our legs. Thank you, Ms. Joycelyn. So we're going to jump and continue with our board agenda. We are on item 6 on the board agenda. These are up for potential action if it is the will of the board. First on the agenda is a recommendation that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the contract with Advocacy Build LLC for the 26-27 school year in the amount of $20,000 to be paid from the Community Relations and Government Affairs budget. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion on this? Only question, sorry I didn't send this to you before, Dr. Stubblefield. Just how often will we get a report from the organization themselves or from staff about the work that they're doing or any potential grants or anything that's coming forward from the work? How often do you anticipate we'll get updates to the board on that?
I would say at least quarterly, but I can follow up if the need is more often.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it'd be great to, because I know part of their purpose is to help us find those grants and federal grants and other dollars available that to us that we might not be taking advantage of now. I think it's exciting to see and hear that. So we'd just love to learn what those opportunities are and when we're successful with them. So thank you. Any other questions or discussion on this item?
I would just like to say that I'm kind of looking at this advisedly because I would like to see a return on the investment, and I would like to see how well we do. So for 1 year, I can be willing to support this, but I would definitely like to have those reports come back to us on a regular frequency and give us the opportunities we can to find those other revenues.
Yep, fantastic. Thank you. Additional comments, questions?
We had created a system where we can evaluate, and are we using that? A lot of time was spent on creating the system to look at it, to make sure we're getting our bang for our buck. And I haven't heard too much of who's doing this, and are we doing it?
So, yes, the consultant, and I'm looking at Mr. Correll, you don't have to come up, but yes, as those contracts are going out, those surveys and things are going to those end users and push to the others. We, in Finance Committee is where we were looking at them, and at the special budget meetings before we got into like finalizing the budget. So we will actually have some baseline data or data from when it started for those contracts, so it'll be a part of it and continue to collect the data around that. So we are using it.
So we will get a copy to show we assess this, it's working, we feel it's working to our benefit?
Yeah.
I know we did it, but when do we get to see?
So this is a new contract, so once we go through the process, it'll go out. The ones that are not, like that we have in the system, he does have data. I don't know how many that we currently have information on, but that will probably, once the Finance Committee starts back up, be an update that we'll provide and share out information for the ones that we do have information on. Yep.
Thank you. Additional questions, comments? None. There's a motion, a second on the floor. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Allen Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, Board. Next agenda item, Board, it's recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Evaluation Committee and approve the ABRE as the provider of the district-wide data dashboard solution under RFP 26-003 in the amount of $196,500 for the initial year of the agreement as submitted by Mr. Wayne Correll, by Mr. Kevin Hansford, and Mr. Miguel Martin, and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
It's moved. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll open up for questions, discussion. Ms. Brownlee Page.
Question, the young lady that came and said she put her kids on virtual, does this help us in any way in terms of having some assurance to let the can it be used to let the parents know everything's okay?
So what this is like the data dashboard so that we can monitor the strategic plan, give you updates on our benchmark assessments and all of that so that it's one place. Right now, we have multiple ones and we've not renewed some of those contracts so that we can just have one. And in the end, not out the gate, it should be a cost savings. What she's referring to is our two-way communication around, and that's Parent Square. And we'll follow up with her, and I hear her, but we can't legally, unless her children had an exemption, we can't say, yes, they can have the phone. So,
No, I wasn't
yes,
saying let
but
her
it
have
will
the
not,
phone.
it won't. And her having information about what's happening around like our strategic plan, our benchmark assessments, and our finances and those kind of things, because this dashboard will allow us to make all of that information as we build out. It will not happen overnight. Like some of the questions that you all have about how many staff do we have, how many contracts do we have, as we build it out, it'll be accessible for the public. So just general information about the district, yes. If it's specific about any one student or employee, no. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if it could be used for that, just for some assurance that, and I know there's still a phone in the room.
Yeah, this is
that
not,
they
this
can
is
use.
not about, Parent Square is the communication piece. This is more about us really trying to have forward-facing information and be more transparent around all of from operations to academics and everything in between that we can build a dashboard for.
Dr. Nguyen.
In the next to last paragraph in the explainer, it said each additional year exercised would add an additional $189,000 to the total cost. So how does that compute? I mean, first year is 196.5. Year two, then 196.5 plus 189.
Mr. Carell is coming. He did.
And then as he's coming, year three, is it that plus 189?
The 196 is the first year's implementation
Right.
fees, and then every year after that, trying to see what the amount is.
Says each
will
additional
cost
year
189.
would add 189,000
Yeah,
to the
it'll be
total cost.
189, 196 first year.
Right.
And 189 for subsequent years.
But it doesn't add on. It's just a straight 189 to the 196.
Well, 196 the first year, then next year and the subsequent years after that, it would be $189,000.
It's actually less after, because it's more for the
Yeah,
implementation
it's
year, because you have to
less than the
build.
combined of
Yeah.
all of the other other services that we use right now.
So how much does it cost year two?
I don't know, because,
Add
like I
196.
said, I just ran the bid, but it's for the department. I wish Mr. Hansford was here.
Well, it says 196.5. Then each additional year, you would add 189 to the total
Well,
cost.
Maybe that was just poor wording. It's 196 the first year, then the subsequent years, it'll be 189,000, then year three, 189,000.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
not what this
that's-
is.
It should have been written better.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Penn Hicks.
So, Mr. Grell, what would we be eliminating by taking on this particular program? What technology or what programs would we
So-
save on
Yeah.
by consolidating this into one?
So Panorama, Qualtrics, and it's probably one more. So we would be getting rid of, but we can't just get rid of them all at once. So Panorama, we no longer have, and then as we build it out and those contracts in, we wouldn't have those other contracts.
We would be able to get that estimated savings for next
Yeah.
year based on this new program?
Yes.
Okay.
Question, and I kind of asked this question, Dr. Stubblefield, and and might be a question for Mr. Hansford. Sorry, I didn't send this previous to the meeting. I am curious on a couple of things. So one thing that I've been really interested in over the years and asking often about is our MTSS data implementation and how we're aligning the different departments around curriculum, instruction, Diploma Plus, and other areas around MTSS tracking. And just curious, and this might be a Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Hansford question around this platform. I have read a little bit on Abre or Abri, however you say it, the platform. It does seem to be a really good dashboard where you can consolidate and see multiple pieces, which allows us to get rid of like the Panorama and Qualtrics and others, which I think it's good because I think we've been trying to get to that level where we don't have multiple systems that families have to learn and staff have to learn and students have to learn or whatnot. So I think this is going to help us get to that space where it's one dashboard with all of the information that, or as much information that it can track on this one dashboard. There's Mr. Hansford. I stalled long enough. So I've read good things about Abre. I am curious a bit about, and don't necessarily have to discuss today because I know it's where you all are looking at it, but the MTSS tracking and implementation, or looking at across different departments and how this will help us ensure that we are aligned with our MTSS work across the different departments. And then two, curious around just implementation, as we're starting the school year tomorrow. How we're going to implement and what is implementation. And I know it takes a while to flesh this out and put this out into the district once it's approved or if it's approved. So just curious about timeline implementation. What does training look like for staff, students? And I believe there's a family component in terms of that they can see the data. And so how does, I know something Ms. Brownlee-Page asks often is how do parents, guardians, grandparents, will there be a component around training or learning for our community and parents to understand what the dashboard is showing them? So those are a couple of questions. And then the other, as we phase out Qualtrics or Panorama, some of those things that those programs were designed to gather, some of that data, while we're phasing that out and phasing this one in, how do we make sure that we're not losing some of that data in that transition? And if you don't have, I know this is newer, so if you don't have all that, that's okay.
I can give a general overview. So Abre actually, just like Panorama, is not a data generator, right? It's a data ingester, and then it puts that out for us in a visual form. So that data, we already own all the data that was in Panorama that's within Qualtrics and Tableau. Those are all things that are already contained within our system. What Abre will do is help us to visualize that across the system so it's easily accessible. Right now, if a teacher wanted to go through and review students' at-risk factors, say what is their attendance, what is their behavior versus their academic achievement, test scores, those types of things, they could potentially have to go into 4 to 5 different systems, making it almost impossible to be able to do a comprehensive data review and to actually do anything actionable within the small amount of time that you have during that collaboration. So what a system like Abre would give us is the advantage to be able to pull all of that data to within one spot so that when teacher teams are sitting down to review that data, they can simply look at that student and they will have all of those things in one spot. They don't have to log into different places. And so it ingests that data from our systems and then puts it in an organized way so teachers can easily access it to make decisions about students. The reason we're making a shift from say Panorama to Abre is because we're also going to have now that capability to do that with our operational systems. So one of the things that I think could be really helpful for the board is by ingesting our operational data, we can look really closely at our staffing ratios really quickly. We can look really quickly at return on investment on different things because we can feed those into the system and spit those out in a visual way. So Abre has a lot of advantages. In terms of the timeline, we have to approve. We have to approve this RFP. That we approve this RFP, then we'll begin to work with Abre on what that what that timeline looks like. We're not able to negotiate anything without having some understanding of, so we have a general guess about what the time is. So what we've done in the meantime is you'll see we will maintain Qualtrics and Tableau because those can continue to pull from our SIS. They can continue to give us information around attendance data, around behavior data, and we'll need to develop a few minor dashboards around academic data so that teachers will have some way to ingest that easily until we can make this transition to Aubrey. And that is, in general, that is what it will do, and that transition will, it gives us an opportunity to phase out Qualtrics and those other systems over the course of this next year.
I'm excited about getting rid of multiple systems and having one system that can do a lot of this work. I think it will save us money in the long term, and I think it'll help us be more effective and efficient in how we're reviewing data, looking at data, and both at the teacher level, at the classroom level, at district level. So I'm excited about all of that. I know it's a lot of transition and pretty quickly. So thanks for that update information. Dr. Nguyen.
Well, with that in mind, then, we just approved Qualtrics to continue through 27-28. So are you planning on canceling that part of the contract? Is there a cost for cancellation?
So we'll leverage Qualtrics, because Aubrey, it will take us, to ingest all of our data, it will take us, at the very least, if we approved a contract it would be probably 2 board meetings from now, it would take us till December to get that in there. So we're going to use Qualtrics as that stopgap, as one of our ways that we can ingest data and still visualize that for our teachers.
It says continuation through 27-28.
It is through this coming school. That is through the coming school year. So until the 27-28 school year. That would be the current contract right now. So that may not have been written clearly, but that would be for the school year 26-27. It would take us through this school year. That contract that we approved tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So do we need to clear that up? Because it has different numbers on there.
No,
Make
are you
sure
talking
we're
about,
voting.
what are you talking about, do we need to clear up?
Well, I thought the year is different.
For
Qualtrics
Qualtrics,
says through 27-28. So it'd be June
30th of
30th,
27. 27.
It says through 27-28.
We'll take a look at that in follow-up, but Qualtrics is what we currently have. Aubrey is what we're going to, but we'll clear it up and provide, what the out is or what it says.
Additional questions, we'll make sure we follow up on that. Additional questions on this item? Discussion. Okay, if not, I believe there's a motion and a second on the floor, Ms. Downing, yes? Yes. Okay.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
I want to vote yes, but I want to make sure the dates and everything are correct.
The different dates is it's not this contract. It's the Qualtrics. This is the Aubrey contract.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because
Yeah, we're voting on right now on the recommendation for the evaluation, from the evaluation committee on Aubrey. Qualtrics would be, if we want to revisit that, we can, but this is on Aubrey.
No.
Okay, yes.
The point is, we know what we're voting on, but the point is you're saying you're going to phase it out. We've already approved Qualtrics for through 28. So that's the language is maybe a little confusing, but we understand what we're voting for, but what you've already approved, you're not going to be able to phase it out unless you.
No, so all of our contracts, if it were to, like how we wrote it and what the actual contract says, may not, that's where I'm saying we'll get clarity on. So if in the recommendation, if it says through 27-28, but it's a one-year contract, it's actually until June 30th. That's what Mr. Carrell verified, because that is, for the amount that's on there, that would have been a one-year contract. So it might have just been worded differently in the recommendation, but the actual contract will verify ends June 30th of 2028. Thank you.
All right. Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Uh-oh.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Everybody up.
Yeah.
Thank you, board.
She saw a mouse.
Okay, so next agenda item, board, item 7A. This is new business up for information only. If there are questions on this item, we can ask those now, or you can share those with Dr. Stubblefield at a future date. Anything to share on this item, Dr. Stubblefield? If not, this is again just for information purposes tonight. Board, take a look. If you have questions tonight, happy to address those or take those. If not, please review. If you have other questions, please send those to Dr. Stubblefield. This may or may not come back for potential action at a future board meeting. Next agenda item, board item 8A, policy. Policy DFAA is up for second read. Mr. Goheen.
So this policy we talked about, I can't remember if it's the last meeting or the meeting before, but this is just the updated approval information on the grants and outside financial resources recommended by KSB, and we would ask that that be adopted for second read. There have been no suggested changes or modifications.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt policy DFAA for a second read?
So moved.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Any questions, discussion?
I have one.
Yes, Ms. Penn Hicks, please.
Do we not currently have a CFO?
No. Ms. Robinson is the Executive Director of Finance. We haven't had a CFO since I can't remember if Dennis was COO, CFO, but since Dennis Covington.
She covers the responsibilities of CFO?
Yes. Ms. Robinson serves in that capacity. Yeah.
Additional questions, comments? Not, Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. All right, next we will hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Stubblefield.
Okay, I just have a few announcements. Good evening again, everyone. I just, again, want to just thank everybody who supported and made the convocation a success. The energy and enthusiasm and pride that we see every year just always remind us of how grateful I am to work in a district with so many people who love our students and love our community. And just want to thank Edwin Burge, the communication team, especially our maintenance team, operations team. They set everything up. And then all of those on the backside who just helped to make it a successful event, from the student performers to those who put all of the videos and speakers together. So we appreciate you, and we look forward to a great school year. And speaking of school year, we officially kick off the new school year tomorrow. Our K-5 students, all of our elementary students, and our 6th and 9th grade students all return on Wednesday, and all of our students return on Thursday. So tomorrow and Thursday, most of us will be in buildings all day, just assisting and troubleshooting and actually welcoming students back. So this is best of luck to everybody as we start the new school year. And any information that you may need, you can visit your school's website or our website, or call if parents or anyone is listening if there are questions that you have regarding the start of the school year. We've talked about it a little bit this night. Parent Square is coming soon. We are still doing some of the backside onboarding. Parent Square will be for all of our communication between school and homes, and families can receive updates, sign forms, schedule conferences, and more from their phone, computer, or through the app. They'll start to get information like email or text telling them to confirm or what they need to do to make sure we have accurate information. all of staff will as too. And then board members, you also will get an invitation, because that will also be a way for us, depending on where you download it or receive your emails, to provide real-time updated information, so that it's not always in your emails if you elect to have the app on your phone. So you'll get an invitation as well. Your communication will primarily be one way, so we won't violate COMA, but we can push information out to you, so you'll have it accessible in one place. And this time of year, we always want to give a shout out to our transportation department. They get our students here. We transport, is it over 10,000 students? Over 10,000 students, so that's more than half of all of our students. We provide some form of transportation to them. They did host a transportation career fair today, and it was from 3 to 6 at our parallel office. So hopefully we were able to fill 3 to 9. They're still there. So hopefully we're hiring people right now. So if you're listening, you can 9. It was 3 to 6, and 9 candidates. Okay, I'm reading the language. Good job. I was like, they're still there in the 9. That's long. And then lastly, I just want to thank the Student Service, the Department of Family and Community Engagement, Student Service and Family Support, Multilingual Education Services, custodial staff, TIS, Infinite Campus Support, school registrars, and anyone else, our students who, in our TIP program that help with translation. Through that, we were able to host multiple registration events, and we helped more than 360 households and registered more than 972 students across the 4 events. That doesn't account for all of the ones who registered directly at their school or online. So thank you to those individuals that helped our families get their students enrolled so they can start tomorrow, Thursday. That is all that I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a couple of items. Again, thank you to everybody. Just to reiterate, thank you to everybody who helped put on Convocation. It was a great event. Fantastic. I know the presentation around strategic plan probably isn't the most exciting thing for Dr. Stubblefield and I to share as part of our presentation, but I felt it was really important and really well done, because as the board unanimously, as we said, adopted a strategic plan. I couldn't think of a better place for us as a board and as leadership team to reiterate just how important that strategic plan was or is, and how important that process is, and what better way to share it with all of our staff than when we're all gathered together talking about our upcoming school year and pointing in one direction to say, this is how together, united, we're going to get and accomplish the things that we want to do. So while not the most exciting thing to talk about, I thought it was super relevant and important for us to be able to share with our entire staff that this strategic plan isn't just something that sits on a shelf, that it's something that we truly believe in, that we truly want to make happen and work for all of our students. And it has things within it that I'm excited about, that I think we all should be excited about. So I just wanted to say thank you to the team for putting that together. Thank you to all the staff for putting up with us going through the strategic plan. But again, it's going to be our guiding light for the next 5 years, and it's going to help guide the direction that this district is going in, and help guide us as a board, as staff, so that we're working towards doing all that we can for our students. So again, I want to reiterate just how important our strategic plan is and the contents of that. And it's a journey that we're going to walk along together, and hopefully we'll get updates on pretty regularly on how things are going with our strategic plan. I also just wanted to remind folks about the I Believe campaign with the KCKPS Foundation for Excellence. And the $50,000 match grant that they received. It's going to take all of us to unlock that $50,000 so that it can go directly into our classrooms to support KCKPS students. So thank you to the anonymous donor who gave that $50,000, and thank you to everybody who's helping to contribute to unlock that $50,000. It's going to take all of us to make sure that happens. I do want to thank Chief Washington and the police department who held a meet and greet today. Unfortunately, I couldn't go, but I heard great feedback from those that were able to attend. I think it's a great way for them to start the school year, talking about how we work collectively together as a police department to support and serve and protect all of our students and staff as well. And thank you, board, for all the work that you continue to do and the conversations that we're having as we start the school year. I'm excited for tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and the days to come. It's going to be an excellent school year. So thank you to all of you for your commitment. Thank you for all that you care about. Thank you to our staff, especially all staff. In every position, we need you, and you are so valuable for us. One of the pillars in our strategic plan is around retention and retaining the most qualified, and that means all of you out there. So we want to do what we can to help support all of our staff. So thank you for what you do, Mr. Mylan.
Thank you, Mr. President. On that note, you mentioned the KCKPS Police Department open house. I had the opportunity to go today, and I thought it was inspiring and refreshing. It's something that it needs to continue, and Chief Washington and others said they would be involved in that for the community to proceed on, and the board to acquaint and see what's going on in our police department. The individuals, the officers doing a fine job. Of course, they might need some more police officers. I'm not sure, but we can go ahead, but with that, as we look forward to it, but as they're very sincere and caring and support and protecting our schools, the students and community. So I think it was a good idea to keep the doors of opportunity open so we can communicate. And I had a few questions, and nothing major, but just to be, just to know and see where the weakness might be and how we can just be better in protection. And all the officers there, I'm very proud for what I see of what they're doing, and they're very enthusiastic about what they're doing in the schools and in the community. So it should be at least a couple of times a year just to be make ourselves acquainted and just see what's going on instead of something major going down. But thank you. It was a good opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mylan. Other folks?
Oh, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Ms. Brownlee Page.
I can't pronounce his name the right way, but is it Ethela Banks?
Ethelia.
Yeah, they're having his services tomorrow, and his family has played a key role in our district.
Right.
They went to Sumner, and those who can, and I know we're all going to visit schools, but if you're out that way, it's going to be at Oak Ridge Baptist Church from 9 to 11, and then the services start at 11.
He was in Sumner class of 65.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nothing else, board, I'll also just note, please check your calendars. I know Ms. Downing has been busy sending calendar invitations, in particular for some of the upcoming groundbreakings from the bond projects. So hopefully those are on your calendars. We'd love to see all of you out there once those groundbreakings happen. So hopefully you have that and make time to get out there. So thank you. If there's nothing else, board, I would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for a preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 7 minutes, starting at 8:15, to include Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, Dr. Jones, Mr. Hansford, Mr. Martin, and Mr. Clemens to attend. Motion.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Joycelyn, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Allen Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you, board. session, please? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page. Is there a second to return to open session from the board? Is there a second? Thank you for Ms. Joycelyn. Thank you. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA for 10 minutes, starting at 8:32, to include Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, and Ms. Lisa Walker? Moved by Mr. Mylan, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark. Yes. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. Okay, tell me when we're ready. Turn to open session, please. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Strickland Egan's. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Howard Junior, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 5 minutes, starting at 8:43, 8:44, to include Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, and Ms. Lisa Walker.
I move that we do so. Second.
Moved by Ms. Strickland Egan, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
I'm Junior, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez. can.
Are we on time?
No, you still have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, you said 5.
Okay.
You have a good.
Your time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to return to open session, please? Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
She said yes.
Okay. Yolanda Clark. Yolanda Clark, yes. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
He said yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks. Pamela Penn Hicks, yes. Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
All right. Thank you. Can I have a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 5 minutes? For 5 minutes, starting at 8:50 with Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, with potential action to follow. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Strickland Egan's. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
She said yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
by Ms. Brownlee Page, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Miley Jr.
Miley Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Hamilton Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. May I have a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 10 minutes to include, starting at 8:57, to include Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, and Dr. Jones. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
She said yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Miley Jr.
Miley Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Hamilton Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
All righty. Thank you. session, please.
I move that we return.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Ms. Strickland-Egan's. Ms. Penn Hicks seconded. Okay, Ms. Downing.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Myron Jr.,
Wait a minute.
come back over.
Oh, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Wilson Strickland Eakins,
Joycelyn Strickland-Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board. Board, is there a motion to approve the hearing officer's report as presented?
I move that we approve the officer's hearing report.
It's been moved. Is there a second? I will second. Any questions? Ms. Downing, roll call, please.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Myron Jr.,
No.
Pamela Penn Hicks, Wilson Strickland Eakins,
Joycelyn Strickland-Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries. All right. Again, thank you, Board. I didn't shout them out earlier, but thank you to the to Ms. Carrie Carpenter and the Enough is Enough team for the goodie basket from the Enough is Enough group. We appreciate you and the work that you do. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Everyone have a good evening.
You too.
Realize.